let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the CGL 2024 Lucioball Tournament. My name is Bowsy. I'm joined here by Megalas on the cast, and it's time to begin the EU bracket stage of the CGL Lucioball Tournament here, Megalas. And we're in for some great games of Lucioball here today.
Yeah, it's a fun little summer games mode back for a limited time, and we're here to show off all of the action of this bracket stage. By the end of today, there will be a champion, the best Lucio, some could even argue. It's just going to be so much fun, you know, a little bit of a change of pace from your usual competitive Overwatch scene that you're seeing here on CGL. So it's, you know, a nice little fun switch up.
Yeah, definitely fun to have this little side mode in between the main CGL seasons. We have a bunch of teams that have been able to get themselves into this Lucioball tournament. We take a look at the bracket here, which is the main focus of today. We have 8 teams that have been able to qualify for the bracket here based off of their results in a Swiss group stage earlier today. These teams were separated into 2 groups, and the top 4 made it over to the bracket stage. We're going to be focusing on the second match in that quarterfinals you see there, which is Frog Force versus Leave My Barcelona.
Yeah, and, you know, Lucioball, again, it's one of those modes that you don't think too much about. You think, oh, if you're just a good Lucio, generally you can sort of transition those skills over, and that is applicable for a lot of these players. But, you know, there is some certain levels of nuance to it, some stuff you have to think about with how you play it, right? Making sure that you have your positioning and stuff set up, very much like games like Rocket League and that sort of lineup. So people who have background in those games know all about that. As we get our first look at our first lineup from Frog Force here, I mean, no names I recognize right off the bat, but I'm sure they're all great Lucios.
Yeah, Chuber, Dutch Assassin, and D7S all on the roster for Frog Force. It pays to have your team themed around Lucio's branding being the frog, so definitely have that little bit of advantage here. But it's going to be a challenge, especially when they're up against Leave My Barcelona, which has very notable names here. Captain Prash and Horrocks especially here, Mega. So we'll have to see if they're going to be up against this star-studded lineup on Leave My Barcelona.
Hey, don't leave Dark Lord Yuki out of it. Clearly the most famous Lucio ever seen. But yeah, obviously, you know, Captain Prash, Horrocks, they're very well known in the EU scene for being those crazy, aggressive Lucios who just sort of come in and do as they please. But, you know, sometimes it doesn't always translate well, right? If you're just going in with some insane aggression, especially here in Lucioball, you can get punished for it heavily with some of the crazy goal-making strategies some teams have with being able to sort of shoot across the map and things like that. You know, there has to be a leveled measure of aggression. Why is there a cat?
We see preview screens, by the way, so we can see what all of the observers are seeing, and one of them currently has an image of a cat on their observer screen, so, you know, cats are cute. But nonetheless, we'll have to see how that Lucio skill is going to transition, as you mentioned. Sometimes the Reddit Lucio style that you're used to is not going to be needed. You're going to have to transition to a goalie position and play more defensively, trying to make sure the ball doesn't get into your goal. And it's also a matter of trying to make sure everything's on rotation, because if the goalie has that ultimate to make them go faster, you're going to have to swap them out for somebody else so that they can use that ultimate and try to play on the aggressive. So it's all about the tempo changes. If you can conform to those tempo changes, and if you can keep pace with the ball and the rest of the match as it goes on.
I couldn't have said it better myself. But yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how this works. In case you haven't kept up with the tournament at all, just know some little basic rules. We're only playing on, I believe it is just the Brazil and... is it the Sydney map, or is that also disabled? I know Busan is disabled. So it's very standard Lucioball, no crazy maps, no geometry to worry about, and things like that. But we are actually loading up the match now here, and it's going to be very interesting, again, just sort of having to look at how teams are set up, who's in the goal, and things like that as we're already starting out.
Yep, starting out here on the Brazil map here, Frog Force versus Leave My Barcelona as the ball starts to be thrown around by everybody. You can see Frog Force already trying to set up for a goal, but Leave My Barcelona trying to block it, but not enough for D7S. They get right through, pinning it in between the two Lucios and taking the first goal of this match within the first 15 seconds.
Yeah, that's super impressive, and that's exactly how you have to play there, right? Setting up your goals, bouncing off the walls, and just being able to use those jump pads to your full, potential here as we're just, heading right back into the action. That's the great thing about Lucio Ball. It just keeps going here, uh, and hopefully one of these teams they can sort of set up in a way to get another goal going.
Now the ball continuing to move, and it's another goal from D7S, popping up twice now in the goal feed. D7S already showing up to be a very high MVP candidate so far, Megalast, with 2 goals in 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's absolutely impressive here. Putting this much pressure in already, it means that they can start playing really defensive if they want to, right? It's going to be on Leave My Barcelona to be the ones to sort of get aggressive and get back in there. Well, I thought that was setting up for another word for D7S.
Yeah, D7S is not one to play passive. They are the most aggressive player on the field. They are already trying to set up for yet another goal. Lima Barcelona are trying to keep themselves back in this game, trying to get a goal for their own here as almost a minute has elapsed on the timer. Ball continues to move back and forth as it seems like it's currently a ping-pong match between the 2 goalies, but eventually one of these Lucios is going to make that crucial move.
Yeah, and right now you're just seeing the defensive game played. You're seeing both these teams, they're sort of just waiting for their opportunity, normally having somebody set up way downfield towards the enemy goal, just to try to have that. And you're seeing the ult come out.
That's the ultimate that gives you a speed boost as well as a faster boot time here, used by D7S. No surprise to see them use it first. Now 2 members on Barcelona use it, but they aren't able to block the ball as D7S scores a 3rd goal in this matchup.
Yeah, currently Frog Force is absolutely running away with it here. D7S has been massive as that goal striker, being able to get the ball in time and again here. So now Leave My Barcelona, plenty of time to make a comeback, but they have to start making a comeback. Already down 3 goals, and this is where the fear has to start come in, right? Frog Force, if they wanted to, they could just play full defense, and it becomes that much harder.
Yeah, Leave My Barcelona is very scared of how much effort D7S has been getting. All of them were at the goal at the start of the matchup. D7S just continually knocking the ball right back into their goal. It's like there's a paddle just knocking that ball back. And now D7S isn't even required to get the goal. Chuberty gets the 4th goal for Frog Force in this matchup.
Is Mercy Rule turned on? Are we going to see our first Mercy Rule game 1 of the bracket? This would be absolutely insane. Frog Force right now is putting on a clinic. They're playing this so perfectly. Leave My Barcelona, no offense, they're being left in the dust right now. They definitely have to, find a way to actually not only get that ball out of their own goal zone, but try to start, pushing it up the field for their own benefit.
Whatever water those frogs were swimming in definitely was infused with toxic waste, as they are on a different level right now in terms of how well they are playing in this matchup. With less than half the time bank even expended, they are 1 goal away from Mercy Kill, assuming it is possible. Leave My Barcelona still in this game, still trying to keep themselves alive, but it doesn't matter. D7S secures the Mercy Kill, taking the first map in this series.
That's insane to be able to just come in first map and just be like, all right, yeah, let's go ahead and end this in the quickest way possible with a Mercy Kill. That was a 2.5 minute game, all things considered. It's just such an impressive performance for Frog Force to put on, especially when we were hyping up Leave My Barcelona, right? We were talking about how good these Lucio players are, but we're already seeing that doesn't translate guaranteed to Lucio Ball.
Yeah, definitely. So it's going to be interesting to see how Leave My Barcelona are going to come back from this. It is a 1st to 3, so the first one to win 3 maps does move on to the next stage of the bracket. Not to mention, Leave My Barcelona also does get the map pick. Granted, your map choices are very limited, but they've decided to bring us over to the Busan Stadium, which, unlike the Brazil Stadium, has a lot more variance in its layout.
Yeah, everything I was saying before was just a lie. All the maps are allowed, so everyone just call me a liar, L at me. But yeah, like we were talking about, there's a lot of map geometry here on Busan. You have some, very interesting things to work around that block different levels of the point. And I've seen some crazy things happen here over the years, right? Of just playing Lucio Ball or seeing clips on Twitter every single time Summer Games comes about. You just see it, all the time, right? The crazy Lucio scores that you could make possible, right? Going from one end zone to the other. You could go, over top with that, what's that called? The giant screen that's in the middle of Busan. You have so many different little nuances, little trick plays that are cool, but I think currently right now, Frog Force, they don't care. They're just going to continue to play very standard, they know what to do. And it is truly just on Leave My Barcelona to wake up and try to get a response going.
Yeah, definitely. Frog Force have already put down the foundation. We'll see if Leave My Barcelona are going to be able to dig it up, or if this house is being built here and now as we enter in to the second map of the series. Heading into the Busan Stadium, we'll see if Leave My Barcelona are going to be able to take advantage of their map pick.
Yeah, and so now it is just sort of waiting to see what happens. Oh my, I thought that was going to be an instant goal here, but maybe a different goalie setup currently being displayed. I'm not too sure, but maybe this could be all the difference.
Assassin currently the goalie for the side of Frog Force. And D7S once again taking that aggressive position. We shouldn't be surprised at this point. D7S has been the most aggressive player here in the lobby, it seems. They are constantly in the enemy goal. Leave My Barcelona are taking advantage of this different architecture. All these structures in the middle of the stadium just trying to keep this ball away from their goal. Ball continues to move back and forth. This is currently 2-3 right now at the opposite goal. Frog Force trying to set themselves up as the ball goes over to the other side, but it's Dutch Assassin there to keep it away from the enemy goal.
And so with this going back and forth right now, you're seeing just how aggressive Frog Force wants to be here, but it's just amazing goalie play from Horrocks right now that is keeping them from scoring. It's just this crazy back and forth, but again, Frog Force are coming up on those old D7S and wants to get in there.
D7S having that ultimate online means that they're going to be faster, those boots are going to be more aggressive. See when they're going to be willing to use it. If they want to try to save it here and try to get a goal without it necessary, the setup coming up there from their teammates, trying to get that ball into the goal with a little bit of assistance. But so far, nothing found of yet. Now ultimate used here by D7S. Leave My Barcelona knocking the ball to the other side of the map, and now you have Horrocks using their ultimate as well to try and amplify the speed and get this ball in the goal.
And it's just this back and forth here. Both ultimates are going to end up being expended. Nothing gained just yet here. But you're seeing, finally Leave My Barcelona. They're putting together a very aggressive offense here. Nobody been able to score just yet, as now the ult comes out from Captain Crash.
Flash uses theirs. Chuberties just runs out here as Leave My Barcelona are still in a grudge match here with Frog Force. About 2 minutes left remaining in the 2 minutes down in the match. Not a single goal has been scored by either team. Leave My Barcelona still looking for that advantage. They spend their third and final ultimate here, and that is Dark Lord Yuki's. But now all ultimates gone for Leave My Barcelona. Frog Force have a chance.
They have a chance indeed, but it's still going to be very difficult here. There's been a lot of defense on both sides of this match for this map, but finally D7S will get through.
Yeah, D7S gets the needle into the thread, or gets the thread into the needle and gets that goal, first goal of this matchup after over 2 minutes are expended. Shoots it right through Horrocks and Captain Prash here to take the first goal. Not going to be as dominant of a run as we saw last map, Megalast, but still a good start for Frog Force.
Yeah, absolutely massive start here, but, both these teams, they're playing that defense, but again, D7S just knows how to be able to get in there, set up those goals, even by themselves sometimes, right? Setting it up for yourself, it's a tricky thing to do, but, they've been able to display that here as they continue to just shoot back and forth.
Frog Force having that goal advantage means they get to play a little bit more passively. You see D7S taking a little bit of a back end, actually. Horrocks moving the ball toward the goal for Frog Force, but Leave My Barcelona to be receiving it back. Now we got a matchup ping pong between the two goalies. As that ball is still going all over the place, and now it's just going to be a matter of which team uses their ults first and how well they're going to be able to use it.
Yeah, as that almost goes in right here, but those ultimates, like you said, they're coming out, and it is just this trade back and forth from both of these squads. There's such an amazing goalie presence from either of them here, but that's going to be it again!
D7S once again getting the ball into the goal with the help of the ultimate as well. This Lucio has been unstoppable all day, Megalast. All but one goal this entire match has gone to D7S.
And that's just, again, this is just putting Leave My Barcelona in such a mental state. Across a map and a half now, they haven't been able to score a goal. Dutch Assassin being the silent carry in the goal lead position. Anytime that ball comes around their territory, they just sort of send it away, get it out of there, and help set up their team to continue their forward aggression. It's now Yuki hanging on the chandelier.
And Yuki going up from the top ropes, trying to get that RKO right into the goal, but Chuberty's going to be the one to do it first from the top ropes, all the way across the map, gets the third goal for Frog Force in this matchup.
Chuberty, like you see it here, Chuberty literally just did not even give anybody else a chance to touch that ball, using the ultimate to get that boop cooldown back that much faster, bouncing it off of the ceiling so it was just juggled by you and you alone, being able to just shoot from directly above the goal. It was so overpowered. And so now Frog Force, again, they find themselves up 3-0.
Now Lead by Barcelona, their backs are against the wall in more ways than one here. Frog Force taking that defensive angle. You have 2 goals here with Dutch Assassin, 2 goals with Chuberty and Dutch Assassin both taking presence. Now it's going to be Dutch Assassin using that ultimate, trying to take that speed boost and take advantage of it, but so far has not been able to find a lot. Might be able to find an opportunity here, but unfortunately misses the ball at that moment. But they are able to get it with the rebound off with the help of D7S to get the ball into the goal and score the 4th goal in this map for Frog Force.
Yeah, I mean, Dutch Assassin was like, hey, that looks like fun. I want my turn at it. And so now we're looking at another mercy ruling here. A minute 55, if Lead by Barcelona wants to come back on this map, it's going to take a Herculean effort.
Barcelona starting off here with the beat from Dark Lord Yuki, already expending that ultimate. Now that speed boost is removed. The closest one is Horrocks at 90%, but already that ball is right in the face of the Lead by Barcelona goal. Horrocks using their ultimate has to make use of this and try to get the first goal here for Lead by Barcelona, but Frog Force are in full defensive mode, and the ball has yet to trespass into the territory of the goal.
See, and this is the worrying thing, right? Once you go up in Lucioball, it's just a matter of everybody can play defense. Your whole team can just sort of play passive, and it's going to be on the enemy team to sort of find an opening, and sometimes there just isn't one.
And the opening very difficult to find here for Lead by Barcelona. D7S uses their ultimate now. Now that ball just continuing to move into the side of Lead by Barcelona's court. And now you see Lead by Barcelona taking that aggressive angle, trying to get the goal for their own, but now the rest of Frog Force, all of them are playing on defense. There's no way to go through a 3-man goalie if you're Lead by Barcelona unless you make the perfect threading of the needle.
Yeah, Captain Crash currently just another observer in this entire endeavor, just sitting on the other side, trying to get a defense going. But yeah, it's now just more about the time bank, right? You're running out of time. It would literally take a miracle right now for Lead by Barcelona. They'd have to score 4 goals in a matter of 30 seconds, and it's just going to be so hard against this 3-person defense.
Frog Force putting up an immaculate defense here. Lead by Barcelona looking for anything, and they're going to be finding their way out of the stadium. It is Frog Force with another mercy kill, courtesy of D7S.
That's absolutely brutal. To come in and mercy kill twice. Obviously, there's still at least one more map in this series, but Lead by Barcelona, they just currently are no match for Frog Force here. These people have clearly, they've prepped, they've done their training, years of experience probably, knowing what to do in these Lucioball matches, and it's paying off well for them.
Yeah, I gotta check the Copa Lucioball rankings at this point to see if these players were formerly on the top 500 leaderboards, because they definitely seem like the type that would be at the top of the leaderboards here, but a very strong showing here from Frog Force. Now Lead by Barcelona, their backs are fully against the wall. They have to get a reverse sweep in this series, or else Frog Force is moving on to the semifinals in convincing fashion here, Megalast. And we'll see if Lead by Barcelona has what it takes to try and get this series back under their belt. It's going to be an easy win here for Frog Force to move on through the bracket.
It is going to be that sort of question, right? As we're just, waiting to see what ends up coming through. It is going to be the Sydney Stadium last here, obviously. Not too many maps to cycle through. But yeah, Lead by Barcelona currently, I think, they have to sort of break it down. They have to, realize what is happening with how Frog Force is playing, right? You either have D7S or Chuberty always playing super far forward, ready to strike at that goal opportunity. And then you have the other 2 members almost playing a defense with each other, right? Obviously, Dutch Assassin has been the goalie a lot of the time, but that other member also there being able to help out, assist, and set up things being passed all the way down the field to D7S, who's ready to, sort of shoot in and make those goals that we've been seeing so far. Whereas Lead by Barcelona, they really haven't they haven't had that forward setup, right? They've pretty much been playing both of their non-goalie players together, whether that's having to play defense to come get the ball out of their own goal zone or what have you. And so just having somebody who's ready on those forward engages, being able to sort of pass the ball to, it could just be that massive of a turnaround.
We head now into the third map.
Oh.
And we don't even get time to talk, Megalaz. It's been 3 seconds, and the first goal's been scored by Frog Force.
That's brutal. There's no other way to say it. Leave my Barcelona at this point. You're no longer worried about winning the series. Get a goal. Like that's where this starts.
Yep, as we see, with Leave My Barcelona are able to do exactly that. Frog Force trying to keep themselves in full force here, and they're going to do exactly that. D7S getting the second goal here for Frog Force. It was Schubert who got the first one. D7S gets the second one here, and it's only been 15 seconds, Megalaz. This is rough for Leave My Barcelona.
This is, you cannot feel worse at this moment here, but there's got to be a bounce back. There has to be a fight. D7S, I thought it went in.
Oh my god! This is immaculate. We are witnessing the any percent speed run right now in this matchup, Megalaz. 3 goals in 20 seconds.
I mean, at this point, you just...
What is there to say?
It's brutal. It's absolutely brutal here, but, you know, now, hey, maybe potential for a goal here as Leave Barcelona actually have the ball at the other team's goal for a change.
And now the ball's starting to cycle between the 2 goals, but it's Frog Force able to keep it away from theirs for now. Leave Barcelona trying to find anything here after already being down 3-0 within the first minute. The ball steadily approaches the goal once again. It's going to be difficult here because they already have to try and play more aggressive than they have throughout the entirety of this series. Now it's desperation.
Yeah, desperation is definitely the name of the game here. As that ball is just going to continue to shoot back and forth. That's the weird thing about Sydney. This is definitely one of those maps. It truly can almost feel like volleyball where you're shooting it back and forth across the entire length of the map. But currently, Ultimate's coming out for both sides.
Not to mention, you have those jump pads all across the arena, which means that juggling the ball is always in the tables. Ult comes out from D7S and Horrocks here, but it's going to be D7S getting the score. Maybe an own goal there from the side of Leave My Barcelona, which is not ideal in the slightest. A little bit of a miss boop there. Yep, that is an own goal from the side of Leave My Barcelona.
That's painful. Hey, listen, they scored a goal. I asked them to score a goal, and they got one. So, you know, doesn't matter which side of the field it was on. It's fine. It's fine.
Task failed successfully or task successfully failed? You do the math there. Marco Juki is trying to get a goal in the opposite direction here with their ultimate, but not able to get any value with that. Dutch Assassin's going to use their ultimate now as they start making the aggressive push here from the side of Frog Force. The goal, the ball halfway in the goal, but not enough to register as a goal here. Leave My Barcelona on the verge of elimination, or on the verge of relegation to the lower bracket with that play.
Like, I understand Frog Force has gotten every goal, so they didn't really need that one, but like, if I'm Frog Force, I'm checking the tape. I'm asking for a referee, I'm VOD reviewing, I'm doing everything in that situation. That was insane, the fact that didn't go in here. And so, I mean, Frog Force, they still, you know, have a chance to end this series, but, you know, it's not going to be as easy as they thought.
Exactly. I mean, it's already looking pretty easy. Look at Dutch Assassin just standing there in the middle console, just sitting there waiting for the opportunity to get the goal, for the final goal here for Frog Force, to get that mercy elimination. They're just chilling. They're Bing chilling right now. They're not needing to worry about anything. They're just waiting for the opportunity to get the goal. I mean, look at them. They're the spectator in this match right now. Like, this is an insult to the members of Leave My Barcelona, because Dutch Assassin is just sitting here waiting for the ball to get into the goal.
But see, that's what's making this team so strong throughout this entire series. It's normally been D7S, so now you're seeing it on Dutch Assassin. But just having somebody who basically can play AFK, relying on your teammates, knowing that your goalie will stop it, knowing that your other teammate will be able to set it up and send the ball downfield directly to your waiting arms. It's what's made them so good and what's helped them get so many goals already.
All right, no more waiting game for Dutch Assassin. They're back in the full force here. D7S uses their ultimate, unable to get anything with it. Now it's Dark Lord Yuki using theirs. But it's just immaculate goal presence here from Frog Force, having every single member play defense at every single area. Lead by Barcelona have yet to score a goal in this entire series, by the way. And by the looks of it, with how good this Frog Force defense has been, doesn't look like they're gonna.
No, it does not, but never say never. There's still time on the clock here. And, but that time is starting to dwindle. You have to step up now. You have 4 goals to try to catch up on here if you're Leave My Barcelona. And you also are just, again, in danger, right? One more goal for Frog Force will send us to a 3rd mercy ruling and mean that the series goes to them. So it really is all hands on deck.
But it's gonna be that! All hands on deck, and the deck has collapsed. Lead by Barcelona down to the relegation as Frog Force 3 mercy kills back to back to back to move to the semifinals.
That was brutal. I'm gonna be real, hearing about a Lucioball tournament, I was like, oh, this is gonna be fun. You might see some cool plays and stuff like that. I did not think there would be any team of this skill level that Frog Force just displayed. I don't know if there's other teams that are at this skill level. I certainly hope there is, because otherwise Frog Force is walking away with the freest trophy in all of mankind, because they clearly scrimmed, practiced, whatever you want to call it. They are good at Lucioball.
It is very clear to see that Frog Force, as from what we've seen, are the clear heavy favorites in this tournament. We'll see if they have any competition awaiting them in the rest of the bracket to try and take them on and try to take them down to the lower bracket. But that's it for our first match here of Lucioball. The quarterfinals already over here, Megalast. And that just means we have much more coverage to come with us.
Yeah, absolutely. We have plenty more games to go through. Like we said, before the end of the day, we will have a champion here in EU and NA. So we got lots of action. I think after a quick break, we will be getting to see the semifinals. So make sure you stick around. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
heartbeats beat tight. All my body's breathing, it's just you and me. Feel my heartbeats beat tight. All my body's breathing, it's just you and me. I'm so caught in this, we're so lost, deep in it, can't stop. I'm forever the one you call.
Welcome back, everybody, to the CGL 2024 Lucioball tournament here in the EU division as we now enter the semifinals of the tournament. Bowsy once again joined here by Megalas as we're heading into this next match here, Megalas. It's Rip Cheese versus Frog Force, and based on what we saw, this could be an intense matchup.
It definitely could be here. You know, we got our first round of bracket done. Everybody was playing their games. We just happened to be streaming one of the many games that was occurring, but Rip Cheese comes out of their game 3-0 as well. So, you know, it could be an interesting one. We don't know the exact score breakdown, so maybe, you know, Rip Cheese has had, you know, knows what it feels like to get a goal scored on them. But Frog Force currently has experienced that. If you watched the last match at all, it was a smackdown. There's no other way to put it. So we'll have to see if Rip Cheese is really up to task to deal with this Frog Force team.
Smackdown, beatdown, absolute annihilation is the terms that can be associated with what we just witnessed with Frog Force facing off against Lead by Barcelona. So we'll have to see if Frog Force can keep this momentum up. We've already seen how good of a Lucioball team this squad is, but it's going to be difficult up against their opposition, which is Rip Cheese, which, granted, they are hyping up Frog Force in the Twitch chat, but that could mean that Rip Cheese are ready to take them down themselves.
Yeah, a little bit of reverse psychology going on as we get a look at Rip Cheese since we haven't had them on stream yet. You got Iroh, Favang, and Weeb all being some amazing Lucio players here. Again, you know, scoring their own 3-0. We don't know if there were mercy rules or not, but still, walking away with a nice W in their first series. It definitely feels great probably here. But, you know, on the other side, their opposition, Frog Force, they're still here. They're still ready to play.
Yeah, definitely, and this star-studded lineup of Chuberty, Dutch Assassin, and D7S is ready to try and take this crown for their own. We've already seen how well this team can do, especially D7S, who is the most aggressive Lucioball player you'll ever see. They are constantly in the enemy goal, and they were responsible for about 80%, if not 90%, of all of Frog Force's goals on that last series. So we'll see if D7S is able to keep up this aggression, be able to play it to their strength here up against Rip Cheese.
See, that's confidence to break it down as percentages. I just remember D7S, it's somewhere above 10, which is crazy to say, right? When 15 goals were scored, to say you got either 10 or more of them, that's an insane statistic anywhere, right? But we'll have to see if they can keep that momentum up or if they just sort of blew their whole head of steam on that first matchup. You know, you can never really tell with little modes like this. You know, one thing I will say is maybe it's a matching icon diff. First game, Frog Force was the only one matching, but now Rip Cheese has sort of matched their energy, as they say. I'm not going to say the new Zoomer lingo for that, but yeah, so who knows? Maybe that could be all the difference in the world.
Yeah, definitely. The vibe is strong here with these two teams having the similar icons. Frog Force have matching icons. So do Rip Cheese. It also could be the determiner of the icons that they choose. Frog Force have chosen the New York Excelsior, which, as a Boston fan, and Rip Cheese have chosen the Florida Mayhem, who were the last Overwatch League champions. So who knows? That icon buff could come into factor here for Rip Cheese. So we'll see if they're able to take that icon buff and bring it to the masses here as we're about to enter into the first map of this series. Again, it is first to 3, so if you lose the first map, you can still rebound and try to get 3 map wins in your favor to make it to the next round of the playoffs as we are entering into the match here between Frog Force and Rip Cheese.
Yeah, and I thought that was going to be a goal instantly already here. Again, you know, I think Frog Force are at least respecting their opponent a little bit this time, not having these crazy things, but you're already seeing it. You're having, I believe it is D7S or Chuberty set up downfield, ready to sort of receive the ball from one of these passes and hopefully make it to the end zone.
D7S already set up downfield. Chuberty is kind of the middleman in this entire equation. They are constantly fluctuating between the left and the right side of the field. Rip Cheese have been able to get this ball in the other side much more often than we saw in the last series, so they are definitely putting on a show right now and are putting pressure on the members of Frog Force here. D7S, whenever they're in the game, you have to be fearful for your life as they are the top Lucioball players so far we've seen tonight. Rip Cheese still getting that ball all the way across. It has mostly been on their side of the goal, but they are trying to make advantage of it and get it over to the other side.
And you're also seeing an insane defense from Rip Cheese. You know, they're playing everybody. They're willing to move everybody back every single time the ball comes forward. That's just respect to D7S here. But as ults are being popped, this ball is being sent all around the stadium.
The ball going left, right, and center. The only place it haven't gone is through the ceiling right now as Rift Cheese are continuing to just knock this ball back and forth. Ultimates have been expended on both sides. Chuberty, Iroh, and Weave have all expended their ultimates here. D7S, however, has theirs online, and we've seen how well D7S can do, especially when that ultimate is online, but they don't even need it to get the first goal of the match.
First goal of the match, currently 16 goals in a row for anybody keeping count at home. I feel like that's going to be an important statistic to remember on how good that they've been playing throughout this tournament so far here. But, you know, it is just one goal, plenty of time for Rip Cheese to sort of make a comeback in this series. But again, you know, pressure's going to continue to mount until someone proves they can score a goal against this defensive Frog Force squad.
Not to mention, you don't want this to snowball. One goal could snowball into two, could snowball into three. That's exactly what we saw with the last matchup. So Frog Force trying to get that snowball rolling. Rip Cheese trying to stop the avalanche before it begins. The ball continues to move back and forth across the court every single time. It's just constantly the Lucios knocking it back and forth. Rip Cheese almost in position to take the goal, but it's Frog Force sending it right back the way.
Yeah, now with the ult being popped from D7S, what feels like the second time, it's just one of those things where you're seeing the bouncing off the ceiling, but they're not able to keep the momentum controlled from that, and so now Favang is going to try to get in there themselves.
Favang taking this aggressive angle here, trying to use his ultimate to get the ball in the goal, almost gets it in, but that defensive force from Frog Force is just there to keep that ball out of harm's reach. Still, Rip Cheese looking for that first goal as we're approaching the halfway mark in the matchup. Now the ultimates continue to be extended. Chuberty now on their second ultimate in this matchup.
Yeah, back and forth. They're a very dicey position, but the defense for Frog Force holds strong here. And so now it is Iroh in the goal trying to pop this ult and get it back to the other side of the field. Try to get that first score going, but it's not going to get in just yet.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about the defense. Look at how much of Frog Force are just constantly moving right back to their goal to keep the ball out of harm's way. They have always been in full frontal force to keep that ball out of the goal. Dutch Assassin and Chuberty doing God's work, but not enough as Weeb will score the first goal against Frog Force in this entire day.
Okay, it's possible. We just had to make sure it was possible here. We're tied up 1-1 now with 2 minutes, 48 seconds on the clock. This is anybody's game. Technically speaking, Frog Force, they have an ult advantage. Just Assassin having that online, D7S getting close to another one. But, you know, again, it's anybody's game. It's going to be about this positioning here. But finally being able to sneak one past this ironclad defense, it's got to feel good for Rip Cheese.
Frog Force now, for the first time, actually feeling pressure in their matchup here as they're trying to get that second goal. D7S continuing to take that aggressive angle. Cheese trying to set themselves up to get another goal and finally take one map off of this dominant force that is Frog Force. So far the ball just continuing to move at every single angle, looking more like a DVD screensaver than it is a soccer ball right now. As it's just moving all across the stadium, and every single time the Lucios have been able to stop it. But now the ultimate's coming out from Frog Force. D7S starts off the charge.
Starts out the charge. Is just playing a little bit of volleyball right now, hitting the ceiling as much as humanly possible. D7S trying to follow it up to the goal. But yeah, it's just going to continue to be this sort of sliding game here as more and more time dwindles. I would not be surprised with how great of defense both these teams have been playing if this ends up going into overtime.
Now the ult's coming out from Rich Cheese after Frog Force have used two of theirs. Iroh uses their first, but the ball goes in the opposite direction. They're unable to hit it until the latter half of that ultimate duration. You can see they're just trying to knock that ball back, send it back in the opposite direction. And so far, it's on the side of Rip Cheese. They're trying to keep it away, but not enough as it's D7S again, scoring another goal for Frog Force.
It feels like it came out of nowhere. We were having such a back and forth, and all of a sudden D7S in a 1v3, all three members of Rip Cheese were there, just gets it over their heads. And so now, finally, Frog Force, they find themselves back in the lead, and with a minute 20 on the clock here, Rip Cheese, they have the pressure to, again, try to score on this defense.
Rip Cheese, a very good situation right now, or not in a good situation right now. Frog Force just have to play defense as much as possible, and you already see they're having a full three-man frontal force on that goal to try and keep it away from, to try and keep Rip Cheese away from tying this series, tying this map up once again. The ball continues to move back and forth. Rip Cheese trying to set up for the perfect goal and almost goes in, but the savior coming out from Frog Force to keep it away from the goal, just barely able to keep themselves safe from tying up the series.
I genuinely thought that was it. Like, again, it's just so crazy what the hit registration on the ball is. Sometimes it's just right there. And you're seeing T7S still trying to go for another goal here. As now with just over 30 seconds on the clock, it really is Rip Cheese's last chance to take this map.
Juberty goes aggressive, almost sacrifices the ball because of that, as it's only Dutch Assassin on the goal right now. 30 seconds remain. Frog Force have to make a decision. Do they play the defensive game or do they try to go for a third goal? D7S decides to go for the latter as they chase that ball down to the other end of the map. Rip Cheese still looking for that goal, but D7S wants to secure this victory before the match even ends. With 7 seconds remaining, Rip Cheese need to try and find a Hail Mary here. They need the ball to go into the goal in the next few seconds, but it's not going to be enough. Frog Force keep the goal secured and take the first map.
A much closer affair here. Rip Cheese definitely an opponent that can play to Frog Force's caliber, but still Frog Force walks away with that first map here. You know, plenty of time left in the series with the first of 3 situations, so Rip Cheese can bounce back now that they've actually gotten a chance to play against Frog Force, and you know, they realize that they're standing toe-to-toe with this squad. You know, I really think that there is potential for them to come back here, but Frog Force is just so damn good.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there is more potential than we saw with that last series because, for one, Frog Force was unable to get the mercy kill. For 2, Rip Cheese scored a goal. And for 3, it was 1 point away from being able to tie up the series there when the timer expired. So, if there is the potential for Rip Cheese to try and take this, it's going to be on their map pick here. And it's going to be over the course of this series here, Megalast. So we'll see if Rip Cheese is able to make this work into their favor as they have selected Sydney Harbor Stadium for the next arena here. So we'll see if this is going to play more into their strengths here and if they're going to be able to try and tie up this series.
And, you know, all the Lucioball maps, they have that different geometry. They have the different avenues to them. So maybe it is possible that, you know, you're just a little bit more accustomed, right? That first map is a very... not generic layout because it's the staple, right? It's what you know and love with Lucioball. You got the 4 jump pads in the corner, and it's very simple, right? But then, you know, we're looking at Sydney Harbor next, right? You have that massive barrier in the middle, making it impossible unless you're crossing above it to sort of send the ball back and forth vertically across the stadium. And so you have to start thinking of ways to sort of maneuver around that, as well as the jump pads around the ring of the entire arena, being able to sort of get verticality wherever you need to go. It's going to be such a massive pain in the side for either squad here, but, you know, both these teams, they seem to be able to know how to use it to their advantage, so we'll just have to wait and see how exactly this will play into the match.
Yeah, definitely. So we'll see how Rip Cheese is going to be able to make use of the architecture of Sydney Harbor. I mean, Frog Force know this map pretty well. We already saw how Dutch Assassin was just sitting on the middle console in Sydney Harbor Arena, waiting to get the ball into the goal for about a minute, I believe, in their last series. So we'll see if they're going to be able to do the exact same here up against Rip Cheese. Plus, not to mention, 3 goals in 20 seconds was the last thing we saw with Frog Force on this map. So we'll see if they're able to do that again as we enter into Sydney Harbor Arena, and they're about to begin the second map in this series.
I mean, yeah, it could be a potential, but right now, because of the starting lineup, yeah, you saw it there. Dutch Assassin ended up being the one closest to the ball. D7S started in the goal. D7S quickly was like, get me the hell out of here. I don't want to be in the goal position. I'm a forward person. I want to be trying to score the goals. But, yeah, currently, actually, Rip Cheese being the aggressors.
Both teams trying to take that aggressive angle. D7S already trying to skirt the ball all the way across the outer rings of the arena. So far, it seems to be back and forth right now. First, also, Favang, respect the skin choice. Rip Cheese still trying to get the ball into their favor here. That's currently on the opposite side that they would like it on, and D7S is trying to keep it there. But Favang going to knock it back in the opposite direction. Throw coming in from the rest of the players of Rip Cheese is trying to get the ball over to the other side, but Frog Force have put it on their side for the majority of this match.
Yeah, I mean, it's super aggressive, but out of nowhere, D7S!
This man is unstoppable here in this tournament. You cannot stop the force that is D7S. Like it or hate it, they are coming for you, and they are scoring a goal in the favor of Frog Force throughout the entirety of this series.
I love the first time we've seen anybody type all game. It was just interesting from Iroh. But again, another starting position that, due to the randomization, Dutch Assassin, who's been the most reliable goalie, ends up having to be the aggressor, starting up near the ball and then switching out with Chuberty later on. So that could, that's obviously a factor in some of these matchups and getting some quick goals.
See now, Frog Force just keeping the ball out of their court. All three of them over by the goal. Chuberty almost getting the goal there with their ultimate. D7S trying to follow up Soup, but is unable to get it as the ball goes right over the middle console. Both Lucios just constantly knocking the ball back and forth. Somehow, it avoids the goal of Rip Cheese for now. Iroh using their ultimate to keep it away from their side as much as possible, but Frog Force are still on the aggression and are keeping that ball on that side of the court until it's Weave using their ultimate, trying to move it forward.
Iroh in the goal position right there was a hero and a half. That should have gone in 4 times for Frog Force, but it was just such a good goalie position there. And so now they have to worry about getting scored on here as Iroh's come out of the goal and getting a little bit aggressive on the ball.
Cheese trying to find some aggression here with all of their ultimates expended here. The only ultimate on the field is Dutch Assassins, who's currently playing the goalie defense right now for the side of Frog Force. Richies are still looking for that advantage. The ball continues to move back and forth, more like a game of volleyball than it is a game of soccer, but still, both teams are still trying to pound this ball for their own. Richies have it on their side, knocking it over to the other side, and now it's Vavang using their ultimate they just built up in the middle of this fight. But so far, it's been no dice for Rip Cheese.
No dice at all here is, again, we're about to reach the halfway marker in this match. Only 1 goal scored, very reminiscent to our first time around. Favang almost gets it in. But again, just this defense from Frog Force, it's been so stellar all day. It's just so hard to break through.
Yeah, Frog Force have been the perfect orchestrator in the tempo game right now, being able to constantly change what sort of styles they're playing. They're either always on the aggression or always on the defense. It always depends on where that ball is. You see it in full force right now. Chuberty using their ultimate, trying to get the ball over to Rip Cheese's goal and get another one here for Frog Force, but the ball lost in their sights all the way on the other side. They keep it away from their goal and are now moving it quickly toward Rip Cheese's goal, only to have it knocked away.
Knocked away once again here. So now just the ball heading back to this little dance in the middle as everybody's just passing it around, waiting for their opportunity to get it in. And this ultimate from D7S could be the opportunity, but it's knocked away.
No, knocked away is, in fact, is D7S's ultimate. Not able to get the value that they were hoping for, but they're still looking to try and get the second goal here for Frog Force. But Rip Cheese are still keeping it out of their territory right now. Frog Force still looking to try and get that second goal. The ball hits the edge of the goal for Rip Cheese. It's not enough to get in as Alpha Vang uses another ultimate here to try and turn the tide in their favor. But that ball just continues to move back and forth. It is a game of Pong.
It is. There's just some ping pong going on with this ball in the middle of the arena here. Cheese doing a good job of keeping it out of their own goal, but again, they're just not able to break through the defense right now that Frog Force has been displaying. So it is going to have, they have to score at least 1 goal to try to keep themselves in this map, but they're running out of time to do it.
Chuberty now uses yet another ultimate. That's 3 since the last goal was scored for the side of Frog Force. As now with 90 seconds remaining, Rip Cheese need to try and find that answer. They need that 1 goal to try and get the tie up here and bring it into at least an overtime performance. They're running out of time. They're running out of opportunities. Weave is the one at the goal, keeping it out of their own territory. Iroh now using their ultimate, trying to knock the ball the other way, but is not hitting the boots that they need to hit in these crucial moments right now. Rip Cheese running out of time with only 60 seconds left.
60 seconds left, and they had a beautiful setup there from Vang, just slightly late to it. So now they're having to worry about more aggression here. D7S back in, trying to get this going. It is just going to be ultimates flying left and right here as everybody's earning up to them. And it's just going to be so important for the defenders, the goalies, to keep track of this ball because, 1 false slip is how it gets scored.
Weave almost knocks it in there, but it hits the goalpost yet again. And as I say that, Fafang comes up from the top ropes and knocks the ball in. Rip Cheese ties up the map with 33 seconds on the clock.
What an important time to do it here. You're now able to guarantee overtime unless someone is scoring in the next 33 seconds, which means this is more than likely either way to be a 1-goal game. Dutch Assassin, again, spawns on the ball first. Your all-time goalie end up ending up in these forward positions here, and now popping their ultimate, trying to be the attacker they know they can be.
Rip Cheese did not have anyone in the goal. It was almost crucial moments. Their Dutch Assassin could have been able to score their second goal of this day. So far, Frog Force just playing it safe. Dutch Assassin back in their goalie position as Rip Cheese are trying to keep this ball out of their court and send it to the other side. Chuberty now uses their ultimate here with 5 seconds on the clock. Overtime is surely inevitable here as Rip Cheese are keeping this ball out of their court for now. The overtime wick begins to burn. The next goal wins the match as Rip Cheese are trying to make sure it is them that are scoring that crucial final goal in this series to tie it up.
It's going to be crucial, but, you know, there's no guarantees, and you're seeing how aggressive the saves coming through. Weeb in the goal doing what they can, and it's really going to be on these goalies here. They're going to have all of the power to influence this match. Frog Force, they want to go up 2-0, but it's just such a tall task to try to get it past Rip Cheese, who's been playing to their level.
Iroh using their ultimate, unable to get the ball in the goal, but is able to get it on the other side. Is now once again a game of pong between the two goalies. Rip Cheese looking for any opportunity here. That overtime wick continues to burn. It will burn forever until a goal is scored. Pavang next to use their ultimate. We saw them score the last goal. They are unable to get it this time as the ball is knocked away in front of their face. Frog Force still looking for the advantage. D7S has the ultimate. They're trying to get it to the goal, but the entirety of Rip Cheese playing the defensive game. All of them right on the goal, keeping D7S and their squad of soccer balls away from that goal at all costs. Chuberty now uses their ultimate. Weave is quick to follow as it's still a back and forth affair. The ball earing the goal of Frog Force, but the clutch save from Dutch Assassin keeps it out of the goal as it's still a back and forth affair.
It's still aggressive here. Chuberty and D7S both playing forward here. They have the ball where it needs to be, but they just can't get it past this three-person defense. Everybody on Rip Cheese and Frog Force are giving it their all. They don't want to let it go, but D7S gets it!
D7S yet again, another goal for the man on the side of Frog Force as Frog Force goes to match point in the semifinals.
It's such a close game. It's getting closer and closer by the second, but Rip Cheese, you know, they're just coming up a hair's edge short. That overtime burn for so long. It's just absolutely incredible here, the way that Frog Force has been playing this, but Rip Cheese, you know, again, they're right there. They're on the edge of being able to get this back, but it's eluding them.
It's just slipping from their grasp ever so slightly here. If you are Rip Cheese, now you're thrusted, your back's against the wall, up against Frog Force here, which we're in that similar situation here, Megalas. We saw this in the last series. Frog Force being able to ride this momentum heading into third map. They are still looking like the favorites in this series. So we'll see if heading back to the original stadium, if Rip Cheese is able to try and take this for their own and try to take their first map in the series, deny Frog Force a perfect bracket.
Yeah, I can definitely see the reason you want to avoid Busan. There's just too much map geometry, right? A lot of people, you know, in terms of Lucioball, I have tons of friends who played the Copa Lucioball when it existed. They hated Busan, like, with a burning passion. You can't predict the angles it's going to bounce off of the map geometry. Taking that much out of the player's control is not what either of these teams clearly wants to do, right? I mean, it's, you know, they clearly can play to their level. These games have been one goal apart the entire time. Nobody's getting these crazy scores like we saw in the first round. So it really comes down to the skill of the players. And Rip Cheese, you know, if they can either stop D7S from doing what he's been doing or just find some way to level up, they can definitely start taking maps.
Now Frog Force, match points, trying to find their way into the winners finals here. Rip Cheese trying to keep themselves out of that lower bracket. Two teams duel out once again. Of course, trying to find that advantage, trying to find their way over to the other side of the goal, but the ball is primarily staying on their side of the court. So, of course, they start knocking it over. Now it's a game of ping pong. Once again, the ball just continually moving between both sides as both Lucio teams trying to find the advantage.
Just waiting for that advantage to come through, and you're seeing just the technical skill. Again, it's very similar play styles. You're seeing Pavang play so far forward exactly like D7S does. And, you know, a lot of times in these 1v2s, but Pavang ends up having to come back because they're giving so much respect to D7S. They're like, all right, this person could score on all three of us. We have to be careful.
Yeah, you already see that aggression coming out from D7S, just consistently going right into the face of Rip Cheese, hitting the goalpost there, almost getting the first goal of the match, but not enough to be able to get it here. And they already have their ultimate. They've already used it. They're already looking for the aggressive play, and Rip Cheese are going full frontal defense mode to try and keep them away from that first goal.
And yeah, but now actually Favang trying to answer back, get a little bit aggressive themselves. It doesn't seem like it's going to come up with much as they're able to get it out of there. Look at it, they literally have 3 people in the goal for just D7S. This is ludicrous.
They are setting up a brick wall right now so that D7S cannot get a goal. We'll see if D7S is able to break that wall either way. Iroh uses their ultimate, goes for the aggressive push as Schuberty takes the aggressive push for with their own ultimate in tow. Rip Cheese are still looking for that answer. They're still looking for that first goal as it's almost been 2 minutes and not a single goal has been scored.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be an ironclad game. Both these teams not wanting to give it up, and just the raw aggression from Frog Force is making it so you almost forget about the great defense that Frog Force has, but they've, you know, been able to show time and again that they can withstand the pressure that Favang and Iroh want to put on them. But it's still going to just be a long game here as saves are coming through.
D7S still going for that aggressive play. It's Weave to keep it out of the goal. Dutch Assassin on the other side is keeping away Rip Cheese's efforts to try and take the goal for their own. Favang setting up for the aggressive play, but the ball goes in a very wrong direction compared to what they thought it would. It continues moving back and forth across the field. Rip Cheese trying to find that advantage, but Frog Force are starting to build up those ultimates again, Megalass.
And those ultimates is where it can get lethal. D7S already popping it, trying to do the ceiling juggle. Can't quite nail it here. So now the ball back in possession of Rip Cheese here. And they're just doing everything in their power to get it away. They're like, D7S says, oh, we need to get this ball away from our goal. We can't risk anything right now. As another crazy save coming from the defense.
Now it's going to be difficult for Rip Cheese to try and keep this up. We'll see if they're able to get the aggression here as they have the ultimate from Favang. Schuberty also used theirs as well. So now Rip Cheese able to expend an ultimate for an ultimate. Now it's only Iroh with theirs. Dutch Assassin has theirs on the other side, but they've primarily been playing goalie all day as the ball comes ever so close to getting into the goal, but it's Frog Force continually keeping out.
And now ultimates being exchanged with D7S from downtown out of nowhere!
From mid-court to the goal, it's D7S yet again getting it into the favor here for Frog Force. As you see there, the perfect pass coming out from Schuberty over to D7S and right into the goal for the side of Frog Force now with the first goal in this match after half of the time has expired.
And Rip Cheese now find themselves pushed against the wall. It's very similar to last map, right? They have just under that halftime, under 3 minutes, to get a goal scored to send us into overtime at the very least here. Meanwhile, Frog Force, they want to keep playing aggressive. They want to be able to score some more goals and secure themselves a spot moving on in the bracket.
Frog Force trying to keep this hope alive, get themselves into the upper bracket. Weave using their ultimate, trying to take the aggressive push. The ball goes toward their side of the court. But it's still just Frog Force constantly negating the impact of his ultimate, shooting the ball all the way up to the ceiling and keeping it out of harm's reach. Schuberty now pops their ultimate, knocking it all the way into the side of Rip Cheese. They're going full defensive mode. The only person not there is Favang, who's going on that aggressive push to try and get the ball into their favor. Now the ball on the side of Frog Force. They're trying to get it into they're trying to keep it away from the goal as Rip Cheese are still looking to try and tie up this map.
They're trying to tie it up here, but they've just been hitting this brick wall time and again here. You're seeing Iroh trying to send it down, try to set it up for Favang, but unfortunately it's just not connecting. The ball isn't getting to where it needs to be. And so now again, D7S with an ultimate against 3 people. Can they score?
See, D7S has been faced with adversity before, but they've been able to triumph every single time. But this time, it's not going to be the case. They're unable to get the ball into the goal with their ultimate here. Iroh now going to pop their own ultimate here, trying to take that aggressive angle. But again, the ball going in the opposite direction. They're not able to make use of that ultimate at all.
And look at what Iroh's been doing. A lot of times you're seeing Iroh set up next to D7S. It's almost like they're trying to simply counter out the aggression that Frog Force has been displaying, but it's not been working out for them. They haven't been able to get into the scoring position yet, and now below a minute, they have to score. They're running out of time.
Final fight here for Rip Cheese. A goal has to be on the table or else their days in the upper bracket are numbered. Frog Force currently having the single goal in this map, trying to make it 2 to try and solidify a victory here and a spot in the winner's finals. Ultimates flying left, right, and center. Chubity and Pavang once again using both of their ultimates in tandem as Rip Cheese still looking for that first goal of this map with 20 seconds left.
20 seconds left, and they're trying to make something work, sending it from downtown. No ultimates to be had on their side, though. Meanwhile, the defense will have not one, but two if D7S can earn it up here. Less than 10 seconds. I don't think it's going to get there, Bowsy.
D7S now using their ultimate, knocking it over to the other side. The rest of Rip Cheese not able to get it into the goal. One last Hail Mary is not enough. And Frog Force putting on a dominant effort in this tournament. 3-0, 6-0 for the day. They're on to the winners' finals.
Not the clear stomp their first match was, but they're able to come away against Rip Cheese without dropping a map yet. Some absolutely close affairs, a good overtime situation on that map too, but again, Rip Cheese, it feels like they're on the precipice of being able to get some of these goals, but they're just missing out by that razor-thin margin, and that's what allowed Frog Force to walk away with it today.
Yeah, definitely Frog Force showing to be a dominant force thus far in this Lucioball tournament for the EU division. So we'll see if they're able to keep up the pressure as now they're moving up to the winners finals. That means possibly more challenging composition here, Megalast, which could mean that their path to victory could be a lot harder.
Yeah, it's just going to get harder and harder here. Rip Cheese, I definitely expect them to make a good lower bracket run. I don't know the exact caliber of every single team that we're seeing in this tournament, but they were going up against who I'm regarding as one of the best right now, and they've been, they absolutely came as close as they could on every single map. Every map was within one goal of each other, so, fully expect them to make a good run of it, but Frog Force right now, they're just cruising.
Frog Force definitely cruising on their own plane right now. We're going to be heading over to a quick break here to prepare for the winners finals, and when we return, we'll see if Frog Force are able to keep up their dominant efforts. Don't go anywhere. The rest of the Lucioball tournament for the EU division continues after this break. Welcome back, everybody, to the CGL 2024 Lucioball tournament in the EU division. Bowsy, once again joined here by Megalast as we're heading into the winners finals here. And we might as well call this the Frog Force show, Megalast, because it has been all Frog Force all the time. But now the reinforcements have come in as it is EU's last hope. Literally.
Yeah, that's just the team name. We're not trying to, build up Frog Force as some sort of evil empire or something, but yeah, they're up against Frog Force in the winners final here. Winner gets a slot in grand finals, obviously. Loser will have one more shot in that loser final match after lower bracket ends up getting played out. Here's a quick update on our bracket, just so you can realize what all the teams have been up to. VRP it's Disabled Skid. I was like, what is that team name? They've been eliminated. We have some other matches going on behind the scenes and stuff. But yeah, hopefully this one should be an amazing matchup here between Frog Force and EU's Last Hope. We've seen how good Frog Force is. EU's Last Hope coming off of a map 5 you saw there. So they're not the cleanest affairs, but they've been able to get it done. And so they have to see if they can get it done here.
Yeah, definitely. While EU's Last Hope has been the most seemingly scuffed team as of all, dropping the most maps thus far in this entire tournament as a team that has won, they still are the team that's going to have to face off against Frog Force, and they are here for a reason, Megalast, because you're not going to make it to winners finals if you are not going to be the best of the best. So we'll see if they're going to be able to contend against this dominant Frog Force team that has just completely annihilated any team within their sights.
Absolutely. We're going to take another quick look at Frog Force's lineup. You know them, you love them. They've accidentally been on stream all day. You have Chuberty, Dutch Assassin, D7S. D7S, if you haven't heard us say this name or you're just tuning in, you're going to hear it about 10 times more. This dude has been a nutcase on Lucio, just super aggressive, forcing teams to literally play 1 versus 3 defensive maneuvers, and even then, that's not enough sometimes. It's absolutely crazy. They just such a good squad here, but again, we have to believe in the power of the name potentially here. EU's Last Hope. They have to be the ones to save us.
Yep, Goblin, Funi, and Bussy Smella are going to be the ones to try and stop. That is a name indeed. They're going to be the ones to try and stop Frog Force here from getting into that grand finals and continuing their seemingly undefeated run through this bracket. So we'll see if EU's Last Hope is going to be able to do exactly that here. It's definitely going to be an interesting matchup here, Megalast. The winner goes on to grands, the loser relegated to that lower bracket in the losers finals. So we'll see which of these two teams is going to be able to get that guaranteed spot in the grand finals. And we'll have to see if EU's Last Hope has any answers for Frog Force.
After seeing names, I hope they don't. I hope it's 3 more Mercy rules. I'm gonna be real. I love how they have the exclamation point thing is not just for broadcast. That's their in-game name. So clearly these are 3 friends, or at least they had some sort of theming going on when they named their accounts to have those exclamation points. So you're supposed to be enthusiastic about that. Why was that man holding Brett? There's a lot I don't know about what EU's Last Hope is doing, but we're in the game. Fun is in the goal. We know what these teams can do. Let's see it happen.
See if EU's Last Hope has any answers for Frog Force here as the ball starts moving all the way across the court. You already see D7S taking that aggressive positioning. Dutch Assassin, as per usual, on the goal. Chuberty is the one that continually moves between being the defensive and offensive positioning. The ball almost falls into the goal for EU's Last Hope. Frog Force almost scoring the first goal of this match. But so far, it's been a back and forth affair. No one scored a goal yet.
Nobody indeed. It's just a little bit of Pong as both these teams. They sort of suss each other out. You're seeing the very standard passes trying to set up stuff with your offensive person. It seems like it's Goblin versus D7S right now in those offensive positions, trying to get, just as far forward as they can here, but not being set up as well as either would hope so far.
Of course, still looking to try and find that opening. Goblin almost knocks the ball into the goal, but a little bit of defense there from Frog Force to keep it out. The first ultimate is tapped by Chuberty here to start off the cycle of these ultimates here. EU's Last Hope, however, are able to score the goal. Goblin getting it into the goal here, and Frog Force, for the first time in this entire day, are on the back foot.
Yeah, I was just about to say, the fact that they got score, people have started making scores against them, sure, but this is the first time they've technically been down, so now that aggression has to increase tenfold here. EU's last hope clearly came to play, and they were able to set up such a good goal there, and now it's going to be really all on Frog Force to see if they can come up with an answer.
7S is probably going to be the one that comes up with said answer, using their ultimate, unable to get the ball in their favor. However, the ultimate goes to waste on the side of Frog Force here as EU's last hope are just keeping the ball in this stagnant position, constantly moving it back and forth. Goblin going to use their ultimate. The ball, however, escapes their grasp, but they're still going to try to dribble it over and try to shoot it into the goal, but not a successful goal attempt. They're unable to make that perfect shot, but as I say that, all the way from the angle, they thread the needle and score a second goal.
This is a beautiful shutdown right now from EU's last hope. They've been able to sort of mitigate the aggression that D7S has been putting out here, and Goblin on the other end of it, being the aggressor now. You saw that ultimate be able to be converted into a goal massively here. Almost an early goal again there. Yeah, it's just such good play right now.
Schubert had to be the one to save that goal from that ball from getting in here. It's going to be the third player on EU's last hope. I refuse to say the name. Using their ultimate to try and get the goal for their own here. Frog Force is still trying to find their first goal. You see D7S taking that aggressive positioning, but EU's last hope are ready and prepared to keep it out of their goal range. Frog Force trying to find that first goal. Now it's Schubert using their ultimate again, and they're able to get the ball into the goal, scoring the first goal for Frog Force in this series.
Yeah, I mean, EU's last hope, they seem very ready for D7S, so that's what allowed Schubert to sort of sneak under the radar there, get it in super, super close. But you're seeing them play on top of D7S, really punishing that aggro play style, not allowing as many opportunities. D7S not even really getting to touch the ball. It's sort of just being knocked away left, right, and center here. So EU's last hope, they have a good defensive plan. They're still up by a point, but they definitely have more than enough time to sort of make something happen.
7S using the ultimate here. Frog Force trying to tie up the series here at the halfway mark. EU's last hope, however, keeping that ball away at all costs. Goblin trying to take the goal. Unfortunately misses the ball, so they're going to have to wait for another opportunity here. Funi, meanwhile, is going to be using their own ultimate, trying to knock the ball all the way around the court, most likely trying to get it into the goal. Going to knock it up into the sky as Goblin now has their ultimate on hand. Ball, however, moves toward the goal of EU's last hope. Frog Force are able to try and equalize here and send it in the correct direction. D7S still trying to set up for these goal attempts, but is continually getting blockaded.
Yeah, continued defense here. It's completely fine for EU's last hope. They have that goal advantage once again, so they don't have to necessarily put on too much pressure here, as we've already dipped below the halfway mark here. 2 minutes 30 seconds on the clock here, and Frog Force, again, they've done it once, but they have to find that aggression. They have to be able to answer back before this timer goes out.
2 minutes and 20 on the timer. Schubert is going to be using their next ultimate in this fight. Saw them be able to get the goal last time when they had their ultimate. Well, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get it here, as D7S trying to set up for the goal. But it's EU's last hope once again, knocking in the opposite direction. Frog Force send it diagonally across the field here, as it's still Frog Force trying to find that second goal. So far, it has gotten all harder here for Frog Force to try and find the goals that they need. 7S uses their ultimate, looking for the goal as they're trying to push it in, but it's denied yet again from the members of EU's last hope. EU's last hope have been the most structured wall up against D7S's battering ram this entire day.
They've been great, and now they're trying to mount an offense of their own here. They almost got it, and Goblin does it!
Goblin scores their second goal, or third goal, I'm actually pretty sure, in this matchup. Goblin has been the key aggressor here for EU's last hope, securing him a third goal in the series with 90 seconds left.
And for the first time, Frog Force, they're super under pressure right now. That first goal, you start to think, okay, shake it off, we can do something. But being behind by 2 is absolutely painful here, as now, you're seeing the full effects of what happens when you're able to shut down D7S, just not even let him touch the ball. It's just creating such a vacuum right now where Frog Force doesn't have an answer.
Assassin now using their ultimate. We've seen them play goalie this entire day. They are now on the aggressive, while Schuberty is the one at the goal. He's swapping positions, however, as Schuberty's trying to knock the ball away. D7S looking for the ball, but is unable to hit it. It's now with Tsuguni shooting the ball all the way over to the other side. It hits the goalpost, unable to get in, but it's still getting knocked back and forth. The ball almost flying into the goal for the side of EU's last hope, but it's still Frog Force keeping it out.
It is just Frog Force waiting here, waiting for their opportunity. Because they're slowly running out of time, right? They have to score 2 goals in 44 seconds. Otherwise, they will drop their first map of the tournament here. And that's got to feel amazing if you're EU's last hope, especially with how sketchy you've been coming in, to be able to take away the first map from Frog Force.
7S using their ultimate, unable to get the ball on their side of the court as it continues to move back and forth with 30 seconds remaining. Frog Force starting to fumble, and it's Goblin again with another goal!
I mean, that was absolutely a masterclass right there from Goblin. You see, it literally was a fake like soccer, being able to shoot low and then immediately over Dutch Assassin's head here. Frog Force, this well-composed squad, has been utterly dismantled right now by EU's last hope. And, I mean, unless a miracle happens, I think map 1 is EU's.
Goblin's going to be using their ultimate here to try and continue this pressure. Frog Force are trying to look for that miracle, but with 13 seconds left, it's looking all but improbable now. They need 3 goals in 9 seconds. Only the masterclass of soccer players can tell you that that is a near impossibility, as EU's last hope keep it all but away from the goal. And EU's last hope take the first map off of Frog Force in this tournament. We have a game officially on our hands, Megalast.
We do indeed. And so now Frog Force, are there any other plays in the playbook? Because currently they've really been relying on that strategy of being able to play Dutch Assassin in the goal, Puberty being able to flex where needed, and D7S just being this unrelenting aggressive force. And, we saw it throughout. The way that EU's last hope was able to maintain control of the ball, not even give D7S a chance to touch the ball, much less set up goals. It really just put such a damper on Frog Force's plans that they're going to have to find an adaptation.
Definitely. Something has to change here for the side of Frog Force, because now your main strategy has been exploited. You are no longer allowed to use this D7S aggressive play that has been working so well throughout this entire tournament, because D7S is just being constantly denied any opportunity to shoot through the goal. EU's last hope have set up a brick wall in front of their goal, and D7S is not allowed to shoot through it. Only Puberty was able to get the goal there for the side of Frog Force. So hopefully they're able to try and make the adaptations here to try and take the advantage over EU's last hope. They did get to choose the map, and if you caught a glimpse of the text chat at the end of that last map, they decided to bring us to Sydney.
Sydney Harbor, I mean, this is the first time they're getting to pick a map, so, it's interesting that, again, neither team opting into Busan just yet. It is, the black sheep of our Lucioball maps, just too much map geometry, but Sydney Harbor, it's a little bit more interesting than our first map. You have the entire jump pad around the entire arena. You have a nice little almost volleyball net in the middle to sort of stop some of those crazy passes that you could normally see. So it's just super interesting sort of adaptation here. And again, the map choice is not going to be the only thing that has to change. Frog Force, they have to change something fundamentally about how they're playing if they want to be able to come away with a map.
Ball begins as this game begins here between EU's last hope and Frog Force on Sydney Harbor Arena. Puberty trying to make that aggressive work at that ball. D7S also making that aggressive plays thus far. Trying to set up for the goal attempts here. Frog Force already putting up much more of a better performance so far. You already see Goblin waiting in the wing, waiting for the opportunity. That ball is thrusted onto the other side, and the EU's last hope can pounce on the opportunity to try and take a point early. Still Frog Force, they're in this game, they're trying to fight it. D7S constantly chasing the ball as it's in the opposite direction almost every single time. So far, it's been a stagnant between the two teams.
Both teams are sort of slamming into each other right now, just passing it back and forth. No opportunities have been really set up yet. You see Goblin trying to do it as a one-man army, but now they're fully aware of these tricks. The Frog Force is definitely trying to defend a bit better against what Goblin has been doing here and trying to get it back down to D7S, who's just waiting in the wings, hoping this ball comes to their side.
You see Puberty there playing extra defense here with Dutch Assassin. If one goalie misses, the other one has to hit, and that's exactly what Frog Force is guaranteeing here. D7S is going to be the first one to pop their ultimate, going for that aggressive play, trying to take the advantage and get the first goal of this match, but they hit the goalpost in probably the worst time, and they rebound, however, get it back in, and D7S is back on the field.
That's exactly who we know and love here. EU's last hope has been put on notice. They stopped marking D7S. It's a bit harder to do here on the Sydney Arena because of the jump pads. And once you allow D7S to get away from you, that's where those goals come through. Another situation where D7S starts off in the goal, just unlucky spawning start. So it's going to mean that they have to play passively until they can get a chance to break out.
He's going to be the one to go aggressive, meanwhile, as they start chasing down the ball with their ultimate, trying to get it into the goal. So far, it's been difficult. Use Last Hope have been able to really stop almost every single push coming out here from Frog Force to try and get the ball into the goal. Goblin now has their ultimate, trying to put the ball into Frog Force's goal, but is unable to make use of that ultimate. But still, the aggression from EU's Last Hope, trying to get the ball in, is clear. Bossy Smella now uses their ultimate, but it's Schuberty coming out on top, sending the ball into the goal again.
Schuberty, that was very saucy. Being able to sort of juggle the ball on the ceiling, get it away from any sort of chance for EU's Last Hope to stop that from coming through. And this is the Frog Force we knew and love, and so now being able to deliver 2-0 up right now, it's exactly what you want to see.
7S got the aggressive positioning. The ball was in their side of the court, however, unable to actually profit off of that. We've seen them be able to do it before. Take a look at our first match of the series if you're curious about that, but now it's going to be on Frog Force to try and rebound off of that. But Judy, with their own ultimate, scores the first goal for EU's Last Hope in Sydney.
And yeah, EU's Last Hope, they're definitely not done yet. Plenty of time to make a comeback, as you're seeing Funi just getting that cheeky little goal. Nobody really expected that one. I think the defense just sort of let Funi go under the radar there. So now having to try to be the aggressors once again, only with a 1-point lead. Frog Force, they've got to try to, just get more goals going, make it not as close.
Save there for Frog Force to keep it away from their goal for now. As right now, EU's Last Hope trying to move it right into their goal. Ultimate used here from D7S as they try to make that aggressive play. Schuberty forced to be on permanent goal duty for now, but is finally able to explore the ranks of the rest of the arena as the ball starts moving toward the side of EU's Last Hope. Now it's Schuberty using their ultimate yet again. Goblin's going to answer back with their own, trying to take that aggressive angle and send the ball into the enemy goal, but the defense is there from Frog Force to keep it all the way out. Almost all three members there to save the ball from getting into the goal here for the side of EU's Last Hope, as Frog Force are still holding the defenses and are still trying to take the aggression.
These goalies on both sides are just amazing right now. Like, obviously, you feel bad for the goal. What?
Schuberty sends it all the way over. It's a little bit of a caster curse if you are Bossy Smella, as it's Schuberty sending it in, going all the way across. Just the perfect positioning, threading the needle between the two Lucios and taking the third goal for Frog Force.
I was just about to say, both these goalies have been so good at, just staunch defenses against overwhelming assault, and then that just happens where it weaves right through them. Oh, that's got to be tragic.
Tragic indeed. Now Dutch Assassin forced to play the aggressive game. They had their ultimate to start off here. D7S currently trying to get out of that goalie territory here. Starting to knock the ball over, going for the push, but it's a goalie move from Bossy Smell to keep it away from the rings. Frog Force trying to rebound after that difficult map number 1, losing their first map of this tournament, but right now they're on the good track with 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Still the lead with 2 points, but Goblin hopes to change that.
Yeah, EU's Last Hope, they know they have time. They can't get flustered just yet here. But it is going to be the ult pop from Schuberty. It's going to mean that the aggression, again, it's ending up back on EU's side of the field here, where they're having to just sort of make sure that they can maintain control, maintain tempo. Because that's all Frog Force has to do right now. They just have to chill and keep the ball away from their own goal. They can just play the time.
And also go for the aggression if they want to try to go for a mercy kill, which we haven't seen since round number 1. Bossy Smella goes with the ultimate usage. Meanwhile, all that's left on the goal is Funi trying to keep that ball out of harm's reach. D7S tries to knock it in, but is unable to get that final goal. D7S actually going back, not willing to go for that aggressive play, realizing that they could probably just sit back and wait for the opportunity to try and get another shot for their own. As right now, the ball going back and forth. Frog Force looking for the perfect opportunity. D7S trying to set it up, but it's still EU's Last Hope, keeping it safe until D7S threads the needle again.
That's absolutely crazy. I mean, just being able to thread that through into the corner, that bounce, I mean, that's one of the things, that bounce could have gone a million different ways, but in that exact moment, it went where it needed to for Frog Force, and it feels like they're running away with our second map here, Bowsy. I mean, EU's Last Hope, they have a very tall task ahead of them if they want to come away with this victory.
EU's Last Hope have to get 3 goals in 1 minute if they want to try to go to match point. Right now, Frog Force are looking like the dominant factor in this map right now. They try to keep that ball away from their own goal. Dutch Assassin continuing to play that goal game, but he used Last Hope. Need to try and find something here in this last minute. Again, 3 goals to equalize the score and go to overtime. 4 to take the victory and go to match point.
Match point is what you're hoping for, but I think for EU's Last Hope, that is going to be a sight that you have to set your eyes on just a little bit later in this series, because again, unless that miracle comes through, Frog Force, they have it all right now.
D7S trying to take that aggressive push. Frog Force trying to keep this lead under their control. Almost knocking it into their own goal there is D7S, but they're able to rebound here. Goblin has their ultimate online. We've seen Goblin get goals time and time again for EU's Last Hope, but they're unable to get it with their ultimate there. Bossy Smella now trying to get the ball into the goal for Frog Force. There's 10 seconds remain on the clock here for this map. EU's Last Hope trying to look for anything here, any glimmer of hope, but Frog Force have kept this ball out of their goal time and time again. Frog Force even up the series.
They absolutely were able to deliver there, even up the series. Now both teams have had a map where they look incredibly strong here. Frog Force, they have to be ready to bring that energy, though, if we're heading back to Brazil. It depends on our stadium pick, obviously, from EU's Last Hope. But, so far, a very tied series. I could definitely see this one going the distance.
Yeah, definitely. This definitely could go the distance, just like EU's Last Hope's last game, which went to a map number 5. So we very well could be in the cards for a very long game here. Now we're heading over to a map pick for EU's Last Hope. And no surprise, Megalast, they're going over to the Brazil Stadium. Based on what we saw in that first map, I don't blame them.
Yeah, I mean, there's absolutely no reason not to, right? They were able to deliver a very good matchup there the first time around, so why not just run it back? But, Frog Force, despite that shaky map 1, they've played a lot there today as well, and they've been able to deliver some solid wins. So we'll have to see if Frog Force is up to task this time, or if EU's Last Hope can definitely make this map their own.
Definitely be interesting to see if Frog Force can gain the advantage in this series. Again, for the first time today, they were on the back foot entering this matchup against EU's Last Hope. We have not seen that from Frog Force this entire day. Every single match has been a sweep. In fact, in one instance, they were able to get 3 mercy kills in a row. So we'll have to see if Frog Force is able to pick themselves back up in the face of adversity here. We'll see if they're going to be able to try and best EU's Last Hope on their home turf here, a map that they were very strong on to start off this series.
It is just going to be that question of, will that home field advantage continue to play through? But, there's no guarantees, right? Both these teams definitely going to be comfortable here. It's the standard Lucioball map. And it's just going to be about really more if Frog Force can sort of wipe away what happened and just come into this with a clean mind. I thought that was a long-range goal from D7 to start. I was going to lose it.
Yeah, that definitely looked like it would be one on that overhead, but unfortunately there was Tooney there to try and keep that ball out of the goal here. Frog Force trying to keep up this momentum, trying to continue pushing this ball into the right side of the goal. Puberty trying to juggle it all the way across the map here as he used Last Hope. Still trying to keep it out of their sights. Goblin currently playing that aggressive angle yet again here. Similar in vein to what D7S has been able to do all day.
Very similar here, as it is just, again, this sort of poke phase back and forth. Both these teams waiting for their opportunity to strike. But, it's just going to be the matter of sort of waiting this one out, seeing who wants to take that advantage first, who wants to be the aggressor.
7S looking for the aggressive angle, but he used Last Hope for playing the full defensive game. But it's not enough to stop D7S as they get the first goal in this map.
That's a massive goal there. You saw, we were asking who's going to be the aggressor. D7S was like, hey, let me remind you haven't said my name enough just yet here. As Frog Force, they start off with a very sound first goal here. D7S now starting actually directly on the ball, allows the aggression to come through early once again.
Not a lot of aggression, however, as Goblin is already back at the goal with the ball in tow. Chuberty now going to be using their ultimate to try and keep that ball out of harm's reach, and it's going straight into the goal for Frog Force, 2-0, now with 4 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock.
Starting to think Frog Force, they found their their energy back. They found their momentum. They're like, guys, we're not the team that's supposed to drop maps, and they've been showing that unrelenting aggression once again here, and it's allowed them to get these first 2 goals in a very quick fashion. And EU's Last Hope now has to try to, figure something out here because they're starting to run out of options.
7S already going for that aggressive play. You see the setup there from Chuberty as well. Goblin's going to be using their ultimate, but the ball once again in the court for EU's Last Hope. Goblin trying to go for that overhead shot, trying to hit it out from down under, but unfortunately unable to get that final shot. There was a boop there from Dutch Assassin to keep that ball out of the net. Now it's all in the favor of Frog Force. The ultimate comes out here from D7S, trying to go for that aggressive play, but the ball continues to move into their side of the court here. Back and forth, back and forth. The EU's Last Hope trying to get their first goal of this map, but it has been all rough goings as Frog Force have them on lockdown.
Absolute lockdown, and that's the thing. Frog Force right now, they can play this lockdown style. They don't have to, be the aggressors. You just see D7S do it because D7S is so damn good at it. They already have the 2-0 lead. It's completely in EU Last Hope corner to try to make something happen.
EU's Last Hope are the ones that are feeling pressure. They have to get those 2 goals within the next 3 minutes and 30 seconds, or else they're going to be losing the series and going up against match point. Goblin is going to try to get that goal, but unfortunately there's just so much defense coming out from Frog Force to keep that ball out of the court. Chuberty pops yet another ultimate. Goblin continuing to just shoot the ball. Called on handball at this point. They've just been knocking the ball up against the wall or up against the goalie. They have not been able to get that ball in despite so many attempts.
Dutch Assassin coming alive in the goal position. You don't see it. Oh, but as I say that, I'm going to stop talking about the goalies. Oh my gosh.
The caster curse rears its ugly head again as it is Goblin getting the goal in a crucial manner with the help of their teammate. And now we use Last Hope. Their first goal has been secured. They need 1 more to try and tie up this map.
3 minutes to get a goal here. Meanwhile, Frog Force, they're going to be doing anything in their power to extend their lead here, which is much easier said than done, but with the aggression being displayed, it's possible for sure as an ult being popped by Goblin.
Goblin goes for that aggression with that ultimate, but is unable to get any value with it as EU's Last Hope is still looking for the advantage. Almost going for the juggle there to try and knock it above the goalie's head. Goblin using their Lucioball tactics to great effect, but it's Bussy Smella using the ultimate, knocking the ball into the goal and tying up the map.
That's absolutely disgusting, the way that was being able to pass around the top. There was just really no opportunity for a defense to respond, and so now EU's Last Hope, they got what they wanted, a tie game here. 2 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Either team going to be looking to try to strike forward and take this lead, but with the ult from Funny, it's going to be difficult.
Trot using that ultimate, unable to get anything with it here as Frog Force still in a little bit of advantage. They are in a tie scenario. They have the ultimates online here, but it's all a matter of if they can try to get this ball into the right side of the court, be able to act upon it. D7S misses the shot. Chuberty tries to send it back, but it's still going back and forth. A game of Pong at this point, as both teams of Lucios trying to get the ball into their respective position.
And just being sent back and forth, like you said, but the ultimate first pop by D7S is just going to be mainly used defensively, getting the ball moved to where it needs to be, but this defense from the goal has been staunch right now for EU's Last Hope. After letting those first 2 slide, it seems like nothing else is going to be able to come through as easily here, as now more ultimates are being popped.
Chuberty pops there as Goblin quick to follow here as Frog Force are still trying to look for that goal. Ball is in the side of EU's Last Hope as they try to get rid of it. D7S trying to get set up for that attack, but is unable to get the goal at the crucial moment. Now Frog Force still looking for that opportunity. 1 minute, 20 seconds on the clock. Dutch Assassin now going aggressive with their own ultimate. Chuberty is forced to try and play the goal for the meanwhile as Bussy Smella trying to equal it up and gets the goal that they needed. EU's Last Hope back in the lead.
It's the power play. Dutch Assassin, they had the ultimate there. They became just so powerful. They were like, listen, I can go, I can do this, I can be the one. But when you leave the goal like that, even if your teammate knows and is willing to fill in last second, it just doesn't work out for you. So now EU's Last Hope find themselves at advantage with just about a minute left in the match here. They can play the super defense. It's completely flipped. Frog Force now has to be the ones to try to answer out of nothing.
6 seconds. Frog Force need 1 point to tie up the series, but EU's Last Hope have been making save after save after save, and they have cemented a brick wall in front of their goal. It's up to Frog Force to see if they have a battering ram heavy enough to try and make it work. Schubert is building up to their ultimate as well, so anything is on the table here as we near that 30-second margin.
30 seconds left. Frog Force, again, they have to come up with some sort of answer here. Schubert's ult could be the one, but the defense is just too strong. EU's Last Hope, they know they just have to play defense. The time is their friend right now because it's dwindling.
Time, it's dwindling. 19 seconds on the clock. Frog Force looking to try and find that one goal that they need to bring it to overtime, but it is looking dire now. 10 seconds on the clock. D7S has the ultimate, but the ball is not in their reach. Schubert is the one that has it. D7S trying to go for the aggressive Dutch Assassin, throwing themselves in to try and go for the 3-man goal, but it's still not enough! Match point for EU's Last Hope!
That was just, it was such a good defense at the last second there. We saw also what D7S was trying to do, get those bounces, the ricochet set up beautifully, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough. The defense was there for EU's Last Hope, and now they find themselves on match point, ready to head into grand finals. Of course, only one, they can't mess up anymore. They can't drop the ball. It is completely in their control.
Right now, Frog Force are on the back foot in the most precarious of situations. Probably the first time we've seen them in this situation this entire tournament. A team that has been so dominant. Now they are one map away from being relegated to the loser's bracket and having to face off in the loser's finals. EU's Last Hope, meanwhile, they're riding fine. They're in the advantage. Now, Frog Force have to make something work here on Sydney Harbor Arena yet again to try and even up this series, go to a map number 5, and try to get that 5th and final map win to try and send EU's Last Hope to the loser's bracket. Everything is on the table here if you are Frog Force Megalas.
Yeah, but, it's just so difficult. EU's Last Hope, they've been playing so incredibly well. Their defense, it's exactly where it needs to be. Goblin, as the offensive person, being able to go forward, strike when needed, and time those goals to perfection. We have to remember, they were down 0-2 in that map. They just didn't have anything going for them, and then it was Goblin coming alive that allowed them to sort of bounce back into that one, and their staunch defense, it really paid off. So, EU's Last Hope, I definitely could see them winning this one here. Frog Force, like we said, they've been dominant all day. We've had the pleasure of having them on broadcast all day, but it seems like they're starting to run out of energy here, but maybe the Sydney Harbor will refill them.
We'll see if Sydney Harbor is going to be in the factor here for Frog Force. As we load into the map, EU's Last Hope need one map win to secure a spot in the grand finals. Frog Force need to find this map and try to secure the next one. It's currently going back and forth between the two Lucio sides. Dutch Assassin once again back on that goalie position. EU's Last Hope are trying to secure the goal for their own.
Just going to be bouncing back and forth here. Both teams looking for their own setup here. D7S has the setup, but unfortunately can't follow it up. And again, it's just this aggressive positioning, knowing how to play the arena. D7S does it!
D7S yet again back in the feed and back on the game. The goal secured in the first minute here for the side of Frog Force, courtesy of that stellar Lucioball player. Actually, correct that, the first 30 seconds.
30 seconds of game, that's all you need sometimes. So now, Frog Force, they're finding themselves, in some phenomenal position here already. But, if they want to answer back, they want to get more goals because they know the longer this goes, they know EU's Last Hope can come online and get those goals exactly like last map here. You're seeing Goblin just sort of strike up the ball, see if they can get anything going.
You mentioned last map, Frog Force got the first 2 goals, yet they still lost the series. So we'll see if EU's Last Hope is able to try and continue keeping this ball out of their court, try to equal up the score as early as possible. Frog Force trying to look for that aggression. D7S has the ultimate online as you see them going for that aggressive play, but the goal work from EU's Last Hope is just too much right now for D7S to try and conquer.
It's just too much here, and now it is the game of volleyball here as both teams are just sort of sending it back and forth across the arena. But these ults are being popped already, one on each side. Goblin and Schuberty both trying to be the heroes for their team.
7S is going to be quick to follow, using their own ultimate here, trying to get value, but they are nowhere near the ball and won't be able to actually use it. Bossy Smell next to follow in the ult cycle here as they try to get their own goal, but are just denied from the factors of Frog Force just being able to keep that ball out of the goal for now. Use Last Hope now expended 2. Frog Force expended 2. It's only the goalies that have not used their ultimates in this match thus far. Still, Use Last Hope are looking for that advantage. Bossy Smell are looking for the perfect goal, but the denial is there from Frog Force.
The denial there is so crucial here because we've seen these goals get set up in the same brutal fashion time and again, but it seems like Frog Force is starting to answer, realizing the tricks that EU likes to do, coming from above, constantly trying to just make it in that way. Obviously the easiest, but, you know, Frog Force now just having to play a little bit more of this time. They have the lead still currently, only 1-0 though, and they want to try to set up more.
Frog Force are able to do it. 3 minutes and 35 seconds, approaching the halfway mark of this match. Frog Force still looking for that second goal. US has Last Hope still looking for their first. Schuberty now using their second ultimate now since that goal was scored, trying to look for the advantage. Now Goblin's going to answer back with their own. Frog Force desperately trying to guard against Goblin's efforts to try and get that first goal for the U's Last Hope, as it's still a back and forth affair.
Back and forth affair as half our time is about to be drained from the clock here, and it's just, again, everybody sort of waiting for everything to happen as we're just waiting for the opportunity. Frog Force, they're building up ultimates. They could definitely try to get aggressive off the back of this, but it'll actually be Funny popping it first.
Double ultimates actually for me, Let's hope. It's Funny and Bossy Smell are both popping their ultimates, going full-on aggression mode, leaving the goal almost unattended to. D7S now pops their ultimate, knowing there's an opportunity here, as now all of U's Last Hope are all on defense right now. D7S looking for the opportunity, but is unable to get it, but the setup might be here from Schuberty. Not enough to get the goal here for Frog Force. Now half the time has been expended. Frog Force still looking for that second goal. U's Last Hope still looking for the first.
Still looking for the first, all this time being dwindled, and they're having to play such a good defense here because D7S is just continuing to apply this pressure here, but EU's Last Hope, they have to get something moving, they have to get it going because they're just running out of time. Only 2 minutes left in the match to get one score.
All series from Schuberty and Goblin. Goblin used their second, so they get a little bit more duration to their own. Dutch Assassin, however, keeps the ball out of the goal. Schuberty looking for the opportunity to try and find this goal, as D7S is currently playing a game of racquetball between all the members of EU's Last Hope. But Frog Force still looking for that opportunity. The ball continues to move back and forth, but it's all on the side of EU's Last Hope, and Frog Force are still trying to take the aggression.
They're still trying to be the aggressors here, but they now have it in their own side of the court. They have to be careful. All from downtown.
It almost went from downtown. I thought there was nobody at the side of EU's Last Hope goal, but still the ball is able to be saved. Frog Force trying to keep this ball in their favor here. Bossy Smell uses their ultimate, unable to get anything with it, and it's still constantly going back and forth. Frog Force, the longer they keep this up, the longer they're just able to keep EU's Last Hope away from that goal, the more chance they have to bring this to a map number 5.
Yeah, and that's their ultimate goal right now. They want to get it to map 5, so at this point they should just be worried about playing the clock as we dip below a minute here. They can't be getting too aggressive because the aggression at the wrong time could absolutely scorn them here as we're trading ultimate with Goblin!
Schuberty uses the ultimate and Goblin comes in! 49 seconds on the clock, and now the match is tied again!
This is awful position right now for Frog Force here because at best case scenario, you're heading to overtime. It's going to be a 1-goal game more than likely here unless someone can pull off a miracle play. In Frog Force, you know, it's all on the line right now. EU's Last Hope, they get 1 goal. This could be them propelling themselves into grand finals.
All on EU's Last Hope to try and get that 1 goal that they need. See if Frog Force are able to answer back, however. EU's Last Hope looking for that perfect opportunity. See Smella knocking away on the goalie. Dutch Assassin doing the same with Schuberty helping them out in tandem. currently still back and forth. 20 seconds remain. If no one scores a goal before that timer hits 0, it is overtime. The next goal will win the match. Booney trying to make sure that doesn't happen. Trying to knock it into the goal for their own, but Frog Force are keeping it out of range. And it's Schuberty coming in from downtown, scoring the goal for Frog Force and putting them back in the lead.
That's so crucial. 10 seconds on the clock now. EU's last hope. If they want to end this on this map, they have 10 seconds to make a miracle happen. It's been done. It's possible, but it would pretty much have to be solely off the back of Bussy Smeller right now, and we'll have to see if it's doable.
Bussy Smeller already knocks the ball in. Goblin trying to look for it. EU's last hope looking for anything here to avoid a map number 5, but it's not gonna happen. Frog Force are bringing us all the way.
The map 5, this series, I felt like it had to go here, right? It just absolutely, these two teams clashing into each other. You're seeing the scores back and forth. You're seeing them exploit each other's weaknesses in such a good way. And so, of course, it had to go to 5. Whoever's going to grand finals off this game is going to have to earn it.
See here, this was the crucial goal from Schuberty. Rebounding it off the wall, going right into the goal. That's exactly what Frog Force needed in that instance. As now we head over to a crucial map number 5. Winner takes all. This is a situation that EU's last hope has already been in here today, Megalast, but for Frog Force, the pressure is on to try and get that map number 5 and try to secure a spot in that grand finals. And it seems like it's going to be interesting to see what the move is going to be here from EU's last hope. They're bringing us back to Brazil to try and close out this series, which again is their playing ground right now. They have conquered this map with everything in their hands.
And it's exactly why they want to go back to it, right? They're just so powerful. They know they can beat Frog Force here. Frog Force, last time we were here, you have to remember they were up 2-0. They had a pretty solid lead, and they just let it slip away slowly. They just kind of almost let it get to them. Then that's what I'm noticing, right? When Frog Force gets these long, drawn-out periods of time where they haven't scored a goal, even if they're in the lead, they get antsy. They try to get too aggressive. They make the wrong play. This is where they start getting sloppy, making mistakes, and that's where EU is more than happy to strike. So, heading into this map, I think that's got to be the adjustment from Frog Force. And, on the side of EU, you beat them here twice. You know how to punish them. As I just said, you punish those mistakes. You punish when they get sloppy, when they try to get aggressive. So just being able to deliver on that again would be massive here for EU's last hope.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if EU's last hope is able to rebound, make this use of this map advantage, or if Frog Force are finally going to try to clean up their mistakes, get themselves in a good position, and be able to take this series for their own. We are entering into the final map of the winners finals for the EU Lucioball tournament. It all determines here on Brazil.
Brazil, of course, it's where it's got to end, right? And somebody has to become a winner here and get themselves into that grand finals as the ball's being passed back and forth, just simple, basic poking and prodding, similar stuff we've seen all day. D7S playing forward, playing the aggressor here, and just trying to be set up for these goals. But EU's last hope, they've got this good defense going.
Of course, trying to set up the good defense for their own as Goblin goes for that aggressive push to the side of EU's last hope. So far, not able to result in anything. Frog Force are going to send that ball back toward the center, but it's EU's last hope. We're trying to skew it in their favor here. So far, 30 seconds, 40 seconds elapsed, and no team has been able to score a goal. That's what you'd expect with such a tough-knit match like this. And as I say that, Goblin almost scores the first match. Guts Assassin almost misses that ball.
Almost, but unfortunately the defense was there, so you can't, the almost is only just going to be a what-if scenario. You have to think about for the future here. Ultimate's already coming out, though, so Goblin going to try to continue to be this aggressor here, but you're seeing Frog Force just sort of wait. They're like, we've got our defenders here, we're ready to go, we don't care.
D7S just waiting for the opportunity. Now the ult comes out from them, trying to take that aggressive push as the ball goes in the wrong direction, but they're still trying to take advantage of it. But there is the block there from the goalie from EU's last hope, just keeping it out of their range. Schuberty now next, trying to take that aggression for their own, constantly trying to knock the ball in, but so far has been denied at every single opportunity. Both of these goalies, Megalast, have been picture perfect.
They've been phenomenal so far here, and as well as these midfielders being able to sort of interact between the goal and the aggression. But now the ult from Bussy Smella is so close!
Bussy Smella super close, could touch the goal in their grasp, but is unable to get the ball in as their ultimate is now expended. Frog Force continue their defense here, keeping the ball away from their ranks. 1 minute, there actually no 2 minutes, have surpassed in this matchup, and not a single goal has been scored.
Both these teams, an insane amount of respect for each other, both wanting that trip to grand finals. They don't want to play another game in the loser final. They're terrified of it here as that's bouncing off of the goal. It's so close, but they're able to get it out of there.
Handball play right there coming out from EU's Last Hope, trying to get it into the goal, but unfortunately just kept hitting the wall. Frog Force continuing to try and keep this cemented here as we approach the halfway mark in this matchup. As now it's going to be interesting to see if EU's Last Hope have any answers here, as both teams are still going neck and neck.
It truly is just a 2v1 situation, so it's going to be on these offensive threats to sort of come forward here. But actually, Schubert is trying to get aggressive with the ultimate.
Schubert going super aggressive, taking that space whenever it is applicable. Frog Force unable to take advantage of it now. Goblin now going for that goal here, trying to take advantage of Dutch Assassin. Schubert, however, goes for an opportunity, slips past the members of EU's Last Hope and goes right for the ball themselves. D7S now trying to take it for their own here, trying to make that advantage. Still, the ball goes back and forth all the way across the court. Halfway done, not a single goal has been scored. This is at the edge.
They're absolutely just peaking at the right time against each other right now. It's great defense, great offense. It's all combining right now into such close encounters, but nobody's been able to come away with it just yet. It could be this one, though, here as EU's Last Hope. They're again being put on the defense.
It's all going to come down to whoever scores that first goal. The ball goes back in favor for EU's Last Hope. They take the aggression with Goblin's ultimate, but it's Schubert knocking it out of line of sight. D7S looking for the opportunity, but EU's Last Hope are just keeping it on their side of the court, keeping it away from D7S at all costs. Misses the ball in that opportunity when it was passed to by Schubert. Frog Force are still looking for that opportunity to try and take that advantage. Here comes the ultimates from Schubert and Funi, both trying to take that advantage and get the ball in their side of the court. But so far it's Funi who's been able to take more advantage of it as the ball continues moving back and forth.
This is such a back and forth affair right now. Everything's been on a nice edge, but nobody has been able to find that clear advantage. It's getting on, like, just the absolute closest of getting these scores, but they're not able to do it for either side yet.
Goblin trying to go for the aggressive play, unable to finish it out here. As we approach the 1 minute and 30-second time bank here, EU's Last Hope and Frog Force still neck and neck. Perfectly balanced as all things should be, as neither team has been able to score a goal so far. Frog Force trying to go for that aggressive play, but it's once again being sent the opposite direction. D7S trying to send it into the goal, but doesn't have the setup to be able to do it, as they just keep getting denied every single opportunity. Same goes for Goblin.
These offensive threats, they really are feeling hindered. It's fully a defensive game right now. The defense is having to put up such a good repertoire against them, and it's just, again, it's showing how good they've played. You know, we've gone through 5 minutes of this game. Nobody scored a point.
1 minute remaining, less than a minute remaining, and neither team has scored that first point. Goblin is going to try to do it with their ultimate here, but it's all going to come down to who can score it as quickly as possible. Goblin almost getting it, but not enough to get it through the defense of the Frog Force.
And so now it is more hold time here. Goblin lacking that ultimate, as now you're going to see the aggression come out from Bussy Smella. Frog Force holding their ultimates, but Schubert finally going to be the one to pop.
Here comes Schubert with that aggression. Bussy Smella trying to bring it the opposite direction, however, bringing it super close to the goal for Frog Force. 20 seconds remaining. Someone has to score a goal in this match, and it will determine who is going on to the grand finals here in the EU Lucioball tournament. D7S has the ultimate online, trying to knock it in the correct direction, but every which way that ball is moving, and every which way D7S is missing. Now, overtime is about to begin. It's all determined on who gets the first goal in this series. This grudge match will end eventually.
It has to end at some point here. It is so tense right now. Both these teams realize the stakes. They don't want it to end this way. It's going to be such a close affair here, as we're already in the overtime. But again, it's determining that one goal. The defensive game, it's going to have to give out for one of these squads.
Frog Force looking for that opportunity. Dutch Assassin is the only one with the beat online. We've seen them go aggressive a little bit. They've only scored one goal, however, in this entire day. Will they be able to be the one to step up, or is it going to be on Chuberty and D7S? Chuberty using the ultimate, the ball right in the court of Frog Force, but Chuberty's able to keep it away. Goblin not able to make use of their ultimate as the ball's back in the floor to the EU's last hope. Funi now pops their ultimate, trying to get the goal for their own. They've been a silent factor this entire game, but can they be the one to make it matter, to make it work when it matters the most?
It's just so intense. This ball, it's just about to go in for either of these squads, but these defensive players are just fully prepared. They're fully ready for it. It's just absolute pandemonium right now. It's everybody throwing everything they have. They want that first goal. This match could go on forever at this rate.
Use last hope have used all their ultimates. Frog Force now have 2 in the bank. D7S and Dutch Assassin have theirs. D7S will be the one to use theirs, trying to get this single goal to try and turn this around. Frog Force trying to continue this dominance, but D7S isn't able to get the goal in time. The pass comes in from Chuberty, but still D7S is without a goal. Goblin trying to get it in as it goes back on the other way. As the overtime wind continues to burn, still none of these teams are giving an inch.
They don't want to. Again, it's just both these teams, they're so good. They respect each other so much. They have the defensive plays. They're adapting on the fly to what everybody's attempting. They know what has to be done, but it's so much easier said than done here. The defense is just so good for both squads.
Both these teams constantly battling it out. Dutch Assassin setting on the edge, and D7S secures the critical goal, and Frog Force are going to the grand finals.
The longest overtime, the entire match, not a goal scored because everybody is going back and forth here. You'll get another look at it from T7S coming up in such a clutch factor here, being passed to by Chuberty. You're seeing it just from downtown. Oh my goodness.
The perfect pass, the perfect boop, and the perfect hit into the corner of the goal sends Frog Force into the grand finals here for the EU Lucioball Tournament 2024. That, honestly, Megaless, there was no better way it could have ended for Frog Force here. Now heading up to the grand finals here. EU's last hope, however, so close, yet so far away.
They're going to have a chance in that loser bracket, though. They'll have their chance at redemption to come back. I certainly hope that they have a good match in loser, but I hope EU comes back. That was such a close game, especially that last map, Balzi. I mean, to go 6 minutes without a goal, and then what? That was like at least 3 minutes of overtime. Like, it was just insane back and forth between these two squads. It was so good.
Yeah, it definitely felt like it lasted a millennia there. About 8 minutes, maybe 9 minutes between the start of that map and the first goal in the series. So what a close affair. We'll see if EU's last hope can run it back in the losers bracket here. When we come back, it is the losers finals. We'll see who EU's last hope is going to be facing off against, and if they're going to be looking for that rematch against Frog Force in the grand finals. Don't go anywhere. The CGL 2024 Lucioball Tournament EU Division continues after this break.
Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose.
Water is the softest and most yielding substance, yet nothing is better than water for overcoming the hard and rigid, because nothing can compete with it. Lao Tzu.
Name straight, new wave. 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 Memories. Yeah. Memories. Memories.
Welcome back, everybody, to the CGL 2024 Lucioball Tournament in the EU Division. My name is Bowsy, now joined here by Soab Danam as we head into our losers finals here in the EU bracket, where EU's last hope are hoping to try and make a rebound to get the grand finals against Frog Force, but they have to go through Maddox Palmer Fan Club.
Yeah, it's hard to say much considering EU's last hope looks fairly good, but Frog Force has quite literally been the force to be reckoned with. We were talking about it during the break, and it's probably likely we'll see this. We'll see the Frog Force Last Hope rematch going on here. But I mean, Maddox Palmer Fan Club did have a long way to play in, and they've looked pretty solid. You can see it at the 3-0, the 3-1. So they've not been slouching here. It's just, this is a grudge match. This was another close grudge match. So these three teams, whoever goes on here has a tough place to go against Frog Force in the future.
Definitely, Frog Force has been again the force to be reckoned with. They have been the most dominant team in their first match. They had three sweeps, 3 mercy kills, 5 zeros in the scoreline. So they have been a force to be reckoned with. So we'll see if either of these teams have a statement for them. But that we're not talking about Frog Force. We're talking about these two teams. And we'll start off with Maddox Palmer Fan Club with their players Waffle Bomb, Goozy, and Snow Kaio, who are hoping to try and get revenge over EU's last hope after that semifinal loss.
I mean, let's be real. All of these players have been playing very, very hard, and especially for Maddox Palmer, the fan club here. People were saying, I didn't realize people were taking Lucioball so seriously. I didn't realize they were trying so hard. Yeah, these players really have shown, even fighting through the losers bracket, that they do take this seriously, that they are all solid Lucio players, and their fundamentals and their team play has been solid to earn them this spot.
So we'll definitely see if these Lucio players are going to, if the players on Maddox Palmer Fan Club are going to st up against EU's last hope, which had a very stellar last series against Frog Force, but were unable to finish the job. Goblin, Busty Smella, and Funny hoping to continue their run here and try to win this series out to go back into grand finals. And they had such a strong performance in that last series. We'll see if they're able to keep it up.
Yeah. Even the initial day one, I got to watch a little bit of Funny and Goblin, and the team looked just so strong. I was actually going into this day today thinking this is probably like a top 3 team immediately just from watching their play. They didn't quite mercy anybody out, but their teamwork was just so cooperative. They seem to have they seem to be operating at a different level. So they're going to have to try to do that again if they want to make sure they get into these finals here.
The only thing that's to their disbenefit is that in every single series they have dropped at least one map, which is not a good record you want to go off of. But we'll see if they're able to clean it up here as the series begins here between Maddox Palmer Fan Club and EU's Last Hope. Winner goes on to grand finals.
Yeah, and the initial shots just back and forth, you can kind of see the ball just ping-ponging and looking at it. And this is what EU's Last Hope was very good at. They were very good at keeping it in their control and trying to play the ball to the space that they had. They were very good at chipping away at that space, so they're going to keep trying to do that here.
You're also seeing the common players who are going for the aggression or for the defense here. For Maddox Palmer, it's Goozy, who's all the way up in the front. For EU's Last Hope, it's Goblin, who's trying to take that aggressive angle here and try to get the goal in their favor here. And occasionally, you'll of course have that goalie, which most likely for the side of EU's Last Hope, it's usually going to be cycling between Busty Smella and Funny. Meanwhile, Maddox Fan Club, looks like they have 2 people currently on the goal trying to keep the ball out right now.
Yeah, so EU Last Hope has been playing very defensively here, if you notice. Like you said, playing more of a 1-2 in that regard, because the fan club's just been playing very aggressively into it. And Waffle Bomb even stepping up out of the goal there really just tells you they're looking in. Yeah, just like that, Goozy scores one. Yeah, they've been playing a lot more aggressively, and EU Last Hope knows that they can't really get that space forward.
Goozy getting the first goal here for Maddox Palmer Fan Club, trying to get that revenge. Already setting up to a good one. Good goal to go right on top of Fooney there to score the first goal of the match here. We'll see if Goblin's going to be able to take this aggressive stance, getting that ball in their favor.
Yeah, Snow Kyle going to start off in the goal this time for the side of the fan club, and we'll see if that changes out. But that's going to be, they're going to amp it up there. They're going to send in the ultimate, and this is going to push it right away. Again, just fan club making it so aggressive here, trying to control those jump pads.
Maddox Palmer Fan Club trying to keep themselves at bay, trying to keep EU's Last Hope away from the goal. They already got that 1 point that they need. If the match ends right here and now, Maddox Palmer Fan Club already take the first map. Now they want to try to play a little bit of defense and maybe try to go for that as all the shots going back and forth. Maddox Palmer Fan Club trying to keep it out of their goal, but now Goblin's going in with the aggressive play.
looking for a little bit more space. You can see him just trying to get in, but there's no support, and they'll finally send the ball back and finally get a chance to send it off. The other ult comes in from Guzi, who's pushing the 3v1, manages to score and sneak it in there for the second point in the game. What an impressive 1v3 there.
Guzi definitely knowing how to play Lucioball when under pressure. All 3 of EU's Last Hope, or at least 2 of EU's Last Hope members, trying to keep that goal secure, but Guzi finds the thread in the needle.
Yeah, that's a tough place to be, and you can see why EU's Last Hope was trying to play more defensively, and even that, Funi's going to go back there, and Guzi again, just the immediate pass, sneaks it by the 2v1 immediately. That's, EU's Last Hope is slowly just crumbling, and yeah, look at that, that was sub-seconds, just an open pass. Couldn't quite get there. Yeah, post shot.
Perfect.
Doesn't matter how it gets in as long as it does.
If it gets in,
doesn't matter.
That's all that matters in these situations. Waffle Bomb with that beautiful pass to Guzi, helping set up for that amazing goal here. We'll have to see if Maddox Palmer Fan Club is able to keep this momentum in their favor. EU's Last Hope. This was their strongest map when they were up against Frog Force. They would constantly take this map. They only lost it once, and that was the final map. So we'll see if they're able to try and get their rebound here today. Snow Kyle is going to be using their ultimate here to try and get that early speed boost. Godwin's looking for that goal, unable to get it thus far, but is still trying to fight for every single inch. But Palmer Fan Club coming in full force to get the defense.
What a good double back from Waffle Bomb, just realizing they needed the help there. And that's the difference here. Palmer Fan Club has just, it seems like the coordination has just been there somehow. It's just a little bit different. It's been cleaner. Funi's still holding on to their own ultimate right now, and this is going to be the last one. They can, if they can take advantage of this and get it before Guzi goes off, they might be able to get a point in and start to swing it back in their favor.
The ball cycles around the right side of the ring. Guzi looking for the opportunity to knock it into the left side, trying to get into EU's Last Hope's goal, but the block is there. Busty Smell and Funi to make sure it doesn't get in there yet. So far, a back and forth affair. The ball almost going into the goal once again, courtesy of Guzi, who's just constantly on the aggression whenever the ball is on that side. Guzi has not missed the ball whenever it's on that side of the court.
He has just been absolutely testing, and you can see it. EU's Last Hope just, they have to bring their midfielder back even to play just the defense out. Guzi going to send in their ult just to try to keep the pressure up, but now that the ball is finally on the other side of the court, it's been the full 3v1 from Palmer Fan Club. They know they can't afford to give this up. They know they need to try to close this out if they want to get back into the finals.
If there's any hope here for EU's Last Hope, is that Maddox Palmer Fan Club have used almost all of their ultimates. The only one remaining is Waffle Bomb. Looks to be on the goalie defense right now. Now they're going to be initiating their ultimate here after all of it is expired. Waffle Bomb moving all the way over and scoring the goal as a solo move. What a shot from Waffle Bomb.
Yeah, just a great self-pass off the top of the wall there, and we'll get a great look at this, just bouncing it high and faking the high shot to kind of lure the jump out and just snuck it in right in the bottom. That's that kind of individual play you got to be able to make. That's what you want from your score setter, so it's good to see someone else. It's good to see Waffle Bomb step it up and give Guzi a little run for the independent shot money.
Now it is map point for Maddox Palmer Fan Club, currently at that mercy kill range. Funi going to try to take the aggressive angle to try and stop that mercy kill from happening, but once again, it's Maddox Palmer Fan Club just continuing to play all goalie defense. Guzi coming back even to try and stop that ball from getting in. It just shows Maddox Palmer Fan Club know how to balance his aggression.
They have to be. They know they smell the blood in the water. EU's Last Hope is just kind of on the back foot here. It's almost at a point of let's just let the game fall, take the mercy. We know we still have to get 3 overall, so I might, even if you're at EU's Last Hope, just be thinking, all right, let's just scrap this one, clear the mental, and go to the next one, because 4-0 is a little bit down, even with a minute 30 on the clock. You could, in theory, bring this back, but is it really worth the time, Bowsy? Like, I don't think it's worth the time and energy.
Could very well not be worth the time here. Maddox Palmer Fan Club trying to get that final goal to secure the mercy! And that's exactly what's going to happen. Waffle Bomb shoots it to Guzi, who shoots it to the goal. Mercy kill for Maddox Palmer.
I mean, yeah, you can see it, Sydney, please. I mean, Guzi has just been an insane independent player here on that aggressive frontline spot. Like, that's exactly what you want out of your primary scorer, right? You need them to be able to be so aware of the ball and be able to set themselves up. This is going to be that one of those last shots off the wall here, yeah, off the high ground. Like, just, that's what you're looking for off of that. Just being able to be opportunistic about when am I pushing forward, when am I playing my aggression, and how many can I force back from the opposing team. You've made a threat if you're Guzi, so now you're going to even look and see in the future. They're probably going to start even looking to a man-to-man coverage when it comes to Guzi, because you can't let him just continue to control the space like that.
Yeah, this is something that EU's Last Hope are familiar with, especially in their last series up against Frog Gang, where where one of the players on Frog Gang was constantly on that aggressive angle, constantly pushing forward. D7S is the name we've mentioned so many times in this broadcast. Won't mention it in this series, but actually now you got your mention there. But still, they were able to try and relegate the aggression of D7S and try to make it work, so they have to recognize that that's the case here for Goozy. I'm surprised that they haven't, considering they've already faced off against this team, but the point still stands. If you're not dealing with Goozy, you're not winning this game.
Well, fortunately, we never really got to see how a lot of these early fan club games went. We know kind of what happened initially, but, you know, in these later matches, in their loser runs, you know, 3-0, 3-1, Goozy could have been a force to be reckoned with. We don't really know that, and maybe this is something that, you know, EU's Last Hope has been playing up. Remember, when you kind of have the time to sit and watch, you know, and keep an eye on the other games or watch the bracket go, you kind of can figure out what's going on, but there wasn't really much chance for them. They were too busy playing for the gold here.
Definitely. So we'll see if the momentum is going to keep in favor here for Maddox Palmer Fan Club. Of course, they are coming off of basically almost 6 straight wins in the losers bracket. Rip Cheese did take a map off of them in the losers semifinals. Meanwhile, EU's Last Hope are still probably recovering from that Frog Force loss, so we'll see if they're going to be able to try and make that recovery here today as we enter into Sydney Harbor Stadium to see which of these two teams is going to get this map for their own.
Yeah, and we were kind of talking about this, you know, it's a lot more jump pads, and on that center wall really does kind of force how you have to mentally change and like approach this, right? You can kind of leave someone to try to play over the wall, but it's still very hard to get a lot of those mid-range shots that you might want to put in here. So looking for a lot more passing to be relevant, and that is the one thing that Goozy has been good at catching.
Goozy very good at those passes. A lot of those setups from Maddox Palmer Fan Club have come at the hand of Goozy being able to receive a beautiful pass from their teammate, most likely Waffle Bomb. And now as the ball continues to move all the way across the map, EU's Last Hope are going on full defensive mode, trying to keep Goozy away from their side of the map. Okayo able to keep the ball away from the goal, meanwhile, as EU's Last Hope are trying to look for any opening right now, but so far, they haven't been able to find a lot.
Yeah, EU's Last Hope has been playing a lot more defensive, but they have also adapted. Like I said, they were looking to try to keep Goozy in check, and you can see there's always someone kind of playing near him, trying to make sure that he doesn't just have this free shot and that every time he's getting the ball, there's a 2v1 on him. So they are adapting very well to this, and even in this first minute or so, you can kind of see how those adaptations have favored them. It's Goblin's going to send in, and as well as Goozy, they're going to send in those ultimates, and this is just going to get ramped up. We're just going to keep sending it side to side. 2
aggressors in this matchup are the first 2 to use their ultimates. No surprise there, as Goozy and Goblin now without their ultimates here. Have to figure out what the next approach is going to be. Waffle Bomb and Funi are going to be next to follow. Next up will probably be the goalies to use their ultimates whenever they get the opportunity to. So far, to use Last Hope, but still trying to keep this ball in check. It is still a back and forth affair between these two teams.
Yeah, there hasn't been a good angle for anybody to really make a shot on the goal right now. I say that, and Goozy just absolutely finds one. Unfortunately, we didn't have the angle, but you can see, Goozy knows it. Goozy knows that we got that shot they put in there, what they're looking for. And this is kind of what we were talking about, right? The back and forth finally caught it. And again, the self-pass off the wall to try to draw the attention has been so successful for Goozy. That's the second or third time we've seen that shot, and EU's Last Hope just continues to take the bait on that. You can't almost let him take those shots.
Might be able to get another shot here if you are Goozy, as the ball is on the other side, but nope, unfortunately the ball goes a little bit too far out of your realm of possibility. Still a good start here for Maddox Palmer Fan Club. Getting that first point means that you're already in an advantage here. You have to try and keep that advantage for your own. Funi trying to go for the aggressive play here on the goal. So far has not been able to find anything. Now Bussy Smella going to go for their own aggressive play here, getting rid of their goaling duties to go straight for the aggression. Snowkyle is quick to follow, as both of these teams are just going neck and neck at each other, trying to get this ball into the oppressor's goal.
Yeah, and Snowkyle keep trying to find something off the walls that Goozy can capitalize on. He'll send in the ult and looking to play a little bit more aggressively there, but it's just stuck on the ceiling at this point. They just can't really get it in. There it is, finds a bounce off the wall, looking for one, but can't quite get it. No, and it's blocked again. They found his trick out, and they're not going to let him get that.
Goblin, however, has their ultimate, trying to take that speed boost and run away with it, but the ball continuously is getting knocked back by Snowkyle, playing an excellent game of goalie right now, just keeping every single ball out of that goal. Any attempt that EU Last Hope are trying to make, they have to get through Snowkyle, and that's a difficult task.
Not even just Snowkyle. So many times the fan club is just rolling up on each other when the ball gets remotely close. They'll just call, you can see the call for help to come in to make sure they cannot get past it. They are going to look for a shutout here and make sure EU's Last Hope can't even get a point in on them.
see Last Hope so close yet so far away, but the ball continually getting knocked away from the goal. Waffle Bomb now going for the aggressive play here, trying to find the ball in their favor, but the ball continues to move back and forth. Use Last Hope have it back on the side of Maddox Palmer Fan Club, but it's still a back and forth affair. But now it's Goozy moving it all the way back over to the side of Use Last Hope. Use Last Hope continually trying to get this ball in the favor, but the Maddox Palmer Fan Club keep running away with it.
Oh, that was an open shot. Ooh, Funi looking at that shot thinking maybe I could sneak it in, but didn't quite have the space to get it. And now it's suddenly back on EU's Last Hope's doorstep. So, again, just trying to find the space. But Funi can't get into the aggressive position. He's too busy playing defensively, trying to cover back for these long bomb shots that get sent out.
Now looking for that aggressive play, trying to make it work. But still, the defense for Maddox Palmer Fan Club is perfect. 2 Lucio's there to just keep the goal contested and keep away any hope of EU's Last Hope getting a goal. I was going to have to see if Maddox Palmer Fan Club can reap the benefits of that, as Goozy now has their own ball trying to knock it into EU's Last Hope's goal. Bussy Smella answers back with their own ultimate. Still a back and forth affair, but still EU's Last Hope have yet to score a goal, and it's been 4 minutes.
It's just been so difficult. The Maddox Palmer Fan Club just continues to call back and just set up the team. There's finally a goal from Funi, though, who managed to sneak past this fan club group who's just been so communicating well and covering down. You can see it even in this shot. All 3 are just within range of the goal, but it was just a slow reaction there that just cost them the 1 point. I don't know that they're too worried though, Bowsy. Like 1-1, you can probably get another one out of this. I think if you're the fan club, you're still probably not, you're not stressed on that.
No, Kyle was trying to boop it away, but unfortunately it was just a little bit too late. It was registered as an old goal for that reason. So unfortunate for Maddox Palmer Fan Club, but you still have the match tied. Still the ultimate here from Waffle Bomb as they go straight soaring to the other side of the map, trying to get the ball in the goal, but unfortunately unable to land it. Still a back and forth affair. The ball continuing to move in every single area of the court as Use Last Hope are trying to take a point and tie up this series, while Maddox Palmer Fan Club trying to take a point to go to match point.
Last minute here, but come close to the shot, but it's not enough. Goblin sending in that ultimate just to try to put a little more pressure on. But again, it's just been so tough to get really this ball in any sort of position. There's not been really a setup for either team. It's been moving too quickly, and it's just been more kind of reactionary play here.
Goblin tries to go for the high shot, but unfortunately the ball is moved away from Maddox Palmer Fan Club's goalie defenses. Snow Kyle and Waffle Bomb making great use of that goal. Now it's going to be Snow Kyle using their ultimate, trying to get that speed boost and make use of it here as he uses Last Hope. Still trying to find anything here. 25 seconds remain in the match. Ultimates flying left and right. Goozy and Funi both using both of their ultimates here. All determined on who gets this next goal. It's all determined on that. Whoever gets the goal has the best chance of winning this map.
Last 12 seconds means overtime is imminent, but the ball hanging in the sky for the most part means that it's just going to favor whoever can get the most control. Shot comes in on there, but it's not enough. Use Last Hope, send it away, and we're just bouncing balls back and forth here, keeping the reset live. It's going to be an overtime ult from Goblin, though, to try to keep the pressure up.
Overtime now burns. The next team to get a goal wins the map. We'll see if it's going to be Use Last Hope or Maddox Palmer Fan Club. Both teams continuing to just constantly beat back and forth. The ball moving in every single which way direction it can.
Oh.
And almost goes in for Maddox Palmer Fan Club, but the triple goalie defenses keep it out for now. Use Last Hope have an opportunity to try and make this work, but they have to make it work now or never.
This is the point where you cannot play overly aggressively. If your goalie just takes too far of a step out, it could be quite literally game over for you. So you can see it now. They're going to have to leave someone constantly in the goal and while playing a lot more safe here. So it's going to come down to these kinds of last-second shots and these kinds of spur moments where somebody just sees a shot that they can take.
Uzi has the ultimate, trying to bring it over to the other side so that they can have a goal shot. Use Last Hope almost sacrificed the ball there. Thankfully, no one from Maddox Palmer was there to shoot the ball into the goal. Still a back and forth affair. Everything on the line here between these two teams, looking to try and find their way into another map win if you're Maddox Palmer Fan Club, or your first map win if you're EU Fan Club, if you're EU Last Hope. Still a back and forth affair. The ball being ping-ponged left, right, center, and upwards, downwards, every single direction, which way possible. And it almost goes in for the side of Maddox Palmer, but a good save from Bussy Spell to keep it out.
Yeah, you can see it. Every team has been trying to set up some sort of off-the-wall self-play to it, but everybody's just so hyper-vigilant of this now. You can see even Bussy Smella and their goalies are just waiting for the last minute. You know, we're not over-committing any of these abilities right now.
Goblin looking for it, trying to go for that solo goal play, but is unable to get it in. The boop is there from Maddox Palmer Fan Club to keep the ball out. This is the overtime that truly does not end, as both of these teams taking every last inch for their own, biting tooth and nail to the end of the days.
It's going to be tooth and nail. It's going to come down even past the wire. We're getting these very wires are frayed at this point, and you can see it. The Fan Club is just tripling down anytime the ball gets remotely close. They know that they want to close this out in one, and with no ultimates on the board, it's going to come down to these individual plays. I really wish we could kind of get a little bit more of a ball control and set somebody up for some teamwork here, because that is the only way. We see a lot of hero plays, but no real teamwork coming through from either side right now.
Teamwork could make the dream work here, and while it is frantic mode, the teamwork is still an opportunity here. Both of these teams probably just looking to try and find that crucial play to get themselves in the map victory. Goblin looking for the play, unable to get it. Funi unable to catch the ball on its way back, so it's back to Bussy Smella. Now Bussy Smella going for the aggressive play, getting rid of the goal duties as Goblin takes over. They're trying to get this ball into the goal here, but it's unable to land up the shot. Funi and Bussy Smella both taking the aggressive angles, and it's Goblin from downtown taking the goal for their own, and EU's Last Hope tie up the series.
That's what I was talking for when I was asking for a little bit more teamwork. Just setting up somebody, if you know that they're constantly guarding the ball, so you have to try to do something to set yourself up for success there, and that's what it came down to, was just passing and making sure, look, you're guarding me, you're making sure that we can't get that. Goblin's just going to sneak up, we see an opening, gets bounced off the top, and boom, just a great read from that.
Yeah, beautiful read there from Goblin to be able to set up that play and be able to get that goal for EU's Last Hope, now tying up the series here. So we now see EU's Last Hope. They were able to do a really good job against Maddox Palmer Fan Club, and that's probably exactly why they were able to take advantage of those key situations, use the teamwork to their advantage, and be able to take the goal for their own. So now, heading into map number 3 here, we're going back to Rio, back to the Standard Stadium here, which I mentioned EU's Last Hope was very strong up against Frog Force on this map. But Maddox Palmer Fan Club took this map first, so it'll be interesting to see if EU's Last Hope can make a comeback on this map, or if Maddox Palmer Fan Club are going to match point.
The map is going to make a bit of a difference. I'm with you, because now that we don't have that bar in the center, now that we're not, upside down in Australia, we are playing a little bit differently. But I think the other thing that we got to keep in mind is think of who was quiet that game, who didn't really make that much of a scene, and that's Goozy. Goozy was very, very quiet in Sydney. So this is a place where they shined before. If EU's Last Hope does not keep him in check like they did in that previous game in Sydney, it could just be a replay of map 1 here.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see if they are going to be able to get, if Goose is going to be able to come back up in the feed and be able to get those goals that Maddox Palmer Fan Club really need here to try and find themselves in the victory circle. As we load in here to the Rio Stadium, we'll see if Uzi is going to be able to do exactly that, as they are in the direct line of sight of the soccer ball to start off.
They'll be able to get it but again, this is one of those maps, down in Rio here, you have to control these jump pads a little bit more. There's not nearly as many, so your space control has to be just very different. We are looking, we were talking about the difference of the maps and how much it mattered for EU's Last Hope, and hopefully they've been paying and doing their homework on this, because getting the control of that space back is going to be one of their keys to getting points on the board.
Uzi continually is the one that's just knocking the ball away from the side of Maddox Palmer Fan Club, continually trying to get it into EU Last Hope's goal, even if it's coming directly at them. Now EU Last Hope trying to get it in their favor. Goblin looking for that aggressive play, but is unable to make the moves thus far. Still seems to be a back and forth affair between these two teams, neither of them wanting the other team to score.
I actually really do like playing Goozy in the midfield here. I do think it's a smarter decision where you're not necessarily, you've seen him be aggressive, and now letting him play the midfield will allow him kind of set himself up to sneak in and kind of get those points out of the midfield. So I like this adaptation.
Waffle Bomb is going to be the first one to use. They're all going immediately aggressive here on that Lucio. Goblin's going to be quick to follow. Both of them just constantly trading blows left and right and center as the ball continues to move all the way across the court. Ball now going over toward the red side, trying to keep it away from the blue side is Maddox, EU's Last Hope. As Maddox Palmer Fan Club, is Bussy Smell trying to get the ball in with their ultimate, unable to get it though. Still a back and forth affair. Both of these teams just fighting tooth and nail yet again.
There unfortunately it was set up in a 2v1 for EU's Last Hope. They couldn't really force themselves through. They needed the backup there, but it's going to be Snokayo who's going to come in with the backup there of their ultimate, and is going to try to pressure it off of that. Just use it a little bit more defensively in this regard and try to get it. Just keep the ball off their side. I think that's the best case you could do with it.
Kyle looking for that aggressive play thus far. We've seen them on goal sometimes, but it seems like them and Waffle Bomb tend to really switch their positions. Uzi now has their ultimate, has that opportunity to really go aggressive, but the ball is escaping their reach at every single opportunity. The ball continues to go back and forth. Now on the side of red, back to the side of blue. Still back and forth. Neither of these teams are giving an inch here, Solab, and it's showing.
Yeah, you can see how just space out how defensively they're playing towards these different jump pad zones. They know they cannot afford to give up positioning and give up the inside angle of those. So really, when you look at the losers finals here, this is what makes these smaller decisions so important. It's the fundamentals that you don't normally get to think about when it comes to a game like Overwatch.
We're going to try to go with that aggression, looking for the opportunity to try and move forward. All comes out from Waffle Bomb. Goblin, however, shoots it right through the middle, almost gets it in, but Snowkaya was there to guard the goal with their life, and is making sure that ball does not go in yet. Goblin, however, has the ultimate, trying to get that immediate speed, but it's members of Maddox Palmer keeping it away from his reach at all costs. Hughes Last Hope still trying to get that goal. Half the time bank has expired. Neither team has scored a goal.
Yeah, and I mean that ultimate was just spent to a waste. They were playing Flying Club was playing so defensively that they just basically denied any bonus you could have gotten out of that. And now with Funi sending in their own, it looks like it's just going to happen again. They're just going to double up on them and just try to deny the advantage that ultimate gives.
Use Last Hope continuing to try and hold this goal for their own. Maddox Palmer Fan Club go for the shot, but unfortunately it is a miss. Goblin still making that aggressive play. We seem to be the most aggressive playmaker on the side of EU's Last Hope all day. See if they're able to try and keep out the momentum as Guzi has their ultimate, going immediately in with it, trying to take the advantage, but the ball goes right back in the opposite side of the court. Now it's Snowkyo using their ultimate, going right for the ball, trying to set it up for a good goal, but the block is there from EU's Last Hope to keep it out of the goal for now and send it back the other way.
It was a good self setup there, but it was denied. EU's Last Hope has seen that play a few too many times now for them to get away with it. It worked in game 1, but it's not working here in game 3. And that's kind of been the success point for the fan club, is they've just been setting themselves up for success. Whereas EU's Last Hope, you can see it, they're trying to play a little bit more towards the team. We're trying to set each other up for success. And with 2 ultimates on the board, they should be able to do it here.
Going to start off with their ultimate, immediately going all the way to the ball, skirting it around the left side of the stadium, but it's unable to actually make use of it. Now Bussy Smella going to use their ultimate, but the ball continues to be reflected back into the side of EU's Last Hope, and it's Guzi getting the score off of the rebound from their goalies.
Yeah, and that's, again, EU's Last Hope played aggressively into that, and it just, unfortunately, just didn't quite, because you were 2-1, it left your goalie kind of thinking, all right, I can sit back, the ball's on there. This game moves too fast, you cannot let your guard down. There's a minute 30 on the clock, and right now you're looking at, again, another match point situation here where that was one volley. That took most of the time there, so Palmer Fan Club, they might just play this defensively here and just try to ride out whatever time they have left. They have no reason to play aggressive.
Bomb uses their ultimate, doesn't get anything with it here. Almost a minute left on the clock. EU's Last Hope need to try and find their first goal of this map. Goblin looking for it, trying to get the setup, but unfortunately cannot get the ball in the right direction here. EU's Last Hope continuing to try and fight it out. Back and forth the ball goes, and Maddox Palmer Fan Club are just playing on the full defensive, keeping EU's Last Hope from getting any goals.
Again, yeah, they have no reason to push aggressively, right? Especially in the last minute, keep your ultimates and just play defensively. Uzi wants to try to add, and wants to pad out them stats though, so he's going to try to keep pushing a little bit. And I think they're right to. You have no reason not to keep up any pressure, especially when you have full control of these front jump pads like they have.
Maddox Palmer Fan Club, very good position here. 30 seconds remaining. They still have 1 goal to their name. EU's Last Hope needs a goal to remain in this map. Uni's going to go aggressive, trying to look for the move, but Maddox Palmer Fan Club send it in the opposite direction. Uni not done, however, still trying to look for that value, but Waffle Bomb has the ultimate, and all 3 players from Maddox Palmer Fan Club are playing in the goal.
I mean, again, we're just going to close this out, right? We play on time, and once that time hits 0, they win. They have no reason to play aggressively your last 7 seconds, and they have an ultimate to boost here.
Here comes the ultimate from Sokayo and Bussy Smella. The timer, however, will hit 0, and there's no points for EU's Last Hope, meeting Maddox Palmer Fan Club are going to match point.
Yeah, this is quite literally the last hope for EU. I mean, it was a good run back and forth, but again, Guzi just comes in and manages to sneak in that one, these kinds of micro decision shots here, where he's playing from the mid, catches the ball off guard and just says, look, oh, I can see the whole field. Can sneak in the advantage here. Just a great read. Yeah, already putting off the goalie there, just gave them a great opportunity. And that's the other way to play this game, right? Is to wait wait for those moments to strike and really close it out. So here on match point, we'll go back to Sydney. There's a third map somewhere, I think, but we were talking about no one's playing that. So back to Sydney we go.
Yeah, no one really cares about that third map. It doesn't even bear mentioning here, but I mean,
Yeah.
You mentioned it. Just being able to set up these plays for Maddox Palmer is exactly what's getting them the success here. Here's Last Hope, seeming to fumble a little bit, taking a little bit too much of an aggression when they feel like that they've got it. And then in the back line, the ball's all the way on your side of the court, and your goalie cannot keep it alive for much longer. So it's going to come down to if they can try to sort it out here on Sydney, which seems to be their wheelhouse up against this team. But I'm worried because if they lose this map, they are eliminated from the tournament, and Maddox Palmer Fan Club is going to be the one going up against Frog Force instead.
That if you're EU's Last Hope, you've come so far. You played so long into the winner's bracket. You really would hate for this to go out. You fought so hard to get here. But, it's almost been, I don't want to say it's riding on our laurels, but let's be real. You kind of came up against Goliath. You hit your number 1 seed, and probably, someone who's going on. This is, do you mentally boom from that? And it shows that they have. So this is just a great opportunity for the fan club to really kind of step it up. They've been playing from behind. They've been winning. They know they had to fight for their life the whole way through. And they just seem to have more of that dog in them right now.
We head over to Sydney. We'll see what these two teams are thinking about. I like how both Lucios there for a second decided to not hit the ball at all. Snow Kaio and Busty Smell both waiting for the opposing Lucio to hit the ball first. And that's an own goal from Busty Smell, getting some assistance from the side of Maddox Palmer Fan Club. And getting a good start here for EU's Last Hope.
Yeah, that's not what you're looking for if you're Palmer Fan Club to try to get that out. But hey, you know what? You can afford that. You really would love to close it out, but you have to now play again. No one's perfect. You make those mistakes, but now you're playing from behind, so you have to kind of let that go. You really don't want to play for the full, 5 match, but Goblin's going to make sure they do.
Yep, Goblin's going to get another goal here for the side of BU's Last Hope and Maddox Palmer Fan Club. I was going to say, good thing it happened early in the match, because now you can try to recover from that, but now you're 2 down in the first minute of the match, which is not a position you want to be in. People have come back from worse circumstances here, Solav.
Yeah, they really have been, but I think the one thing that's worth noting is, again, you're looking at it, Goblin was set up very well for that, went in and went for the goal approach with full utility up and was able to really kind of make sure they were able to take the shot they wanted. And playing past both of those defenders there on the double goal is not an easy thing to do. So EU's Last Hope, really, they know their back's against the wall now, and you can see them respond with it.
See what the plan is going to be here from EU's Last Hope, trying to make it work. Continue this defense. Maddox Palmer Fan Club have to play the aggressive game. Mooney almost getting the goal, but Maddox Palmer Fan Club keeping it out just barely in the nick of time. It grazed the goal, but didn't go in. Now it's going to be Goblin with their ultimate, being able to get that speed, being able to take that advantage for their own. At least if the ball is on their side of the court, which it was not. It was on the wrong side. It was toward EU Last Hope's goal. Now Waffle Bomb gonna answer back with their own ultimate here, but once again, the ball is on the wrong side of the court for them to get any value with that ultimate, and they're forced to just try and play through the neutral once again, as all of these Lucios are just going absolute ham on this ball.
It's just been back and forth. This is that ping-ponging we're used to seeing out of Sydney, honestly. But Goozy going to make sure they get on the board for the 1 and sneak it past there. And again, this is what I was alluding to. Is Goozy going to show up again? Are they going to be able to get that? But a great bounce pass off the wall set them up for the success. And that's where they found a lot of those successes initially, was just Goozy setting him up, high off the wall for himself. This time he got a little help from a teammate. So, now we're kind of seeing that team play come together and separate this. They're still down, though, 2-1 here. Make that 3-1 with that easy shot from Funi. But I mean, this has been the first, This has been the first, 30 seconds? We're not even that far into the game here.
Yeah, we are still in the first half of the game, and already used Last Hope, putting on much more of a better performance than we saw in the past couple of maps here. Now they're back up to 2 up over Maddox Palmer Fan Club after that goal from Funi. So we'll see if they're going to be able to keep the momentum in their favor. Or Maddox Palmer Fan Club are setting up for an immaculate comeback in the second half of this game, as both teams continue throwing the ball in their favor. But Funi, yet again, another solo goal from Funi to bring EU's Last Hope up by 3.
I mean, EU's Last Hope knows back against the wall, and now it's just time to score. And this is one of those things that I don't think we've really gotten the chance to talk about, is what happens when you get a long game like this, right? The last time these two teams played, we had a 5. We had the full 5 game. And it looks like we're heading that way again. So once you have to play this long kind of game of a tournament day like this, it does start to wear on you, especially if you're EU's Last Hope, who've been playing against the pinnacle of the game right now.
Ultimates fly from Bussy Spellins. Now Kaio. The ball continues to move all the way across the court. Kaio continuing to play on this goalie defense here, while the rest of the Lucios just constantly brawling out in the middle. See which team is going to be able to get the next goal here. If EU's Last Hope get it there, they'll be one away from that mercy kill. It's only if you have more than 5 points in the match. If you only have 5 more points than your opponent, is the mercy kill happen. See if they're able to do exactly that. Goblin goes for the aggressive switch, but unable to get into the goal as Maddox Palmer Fan Club continue to put on this immaculate defense for the Wild.
You'd really love to get that kind of a shutout point, but it really is going to be difficult from EU's Last Hope here. Goblin's just trying to play back a little bit more, keep the pressure off, looking for a moment to go advantage as Boozy sends in that turbo boost, but it wasn't really used effectively. So I mean, EU's Last Hope also has no problem just sitting on their laurels here. Might just play a little bit more defensively. If Funi wants to try to close this out, they really want to make a point by getting the shutout.
They want to shut out Maddox Palmer Fan Club and head to a map number 5. We'll see if they're able to do exactly that as Funi trying to get themselves out, but it's waffle bomb from the top ropes, sending the ball into the goal for EU's Last Hope, making that shutdown a little bit harder.
Yeah, this is where I would, allow me to put on my coach's hat for a minute. If I was EU's Last Hope's coach, I would just say, guys, we've got the advantage. Let's not push it. Let's just play to the clock right now. I would rather secure kind of a boring game 5 than try to play for a statement-making shutout here, especially when you haven't really had full control of the ball this whole way through. Once again, the ball is floating constantly around the red side, so you really can't feel safe about that. But I say that, but Funi's absolutely just going to deny me that and says, no, we want to get the shutout here. We demand it.
Funi wants that shutout. 2 more points to secure it here for the side of EU's Last Hope as Funi hits yet another immaculate goal. And we talked about Goblin and Goozy, but Funi's starting to really pop up here, Soav, when it matters the most.
Yeah, sometimes you have to look and see who still has gas left in the tank, who still has some speed in the blades here. But Snow Kyle's got some of their own. They'll get themselves on the board, making it 3-5. And again, are we just getting to the point where everybody's kind of making mistakes here? Because this has been, 4 goals in the last, 20, 30 seconds almost, last minute.
Definitely feels like that right now as the two teams meet up yet again. The ball stuck in the center of the court. See which team is able to take advantage of it the most. Bussy Smella trying to take the aggressive play here, trying to finish out the map. There might be that hint of trying to get the aggressive finish to this series here for EU's Last Hope, but don't be alarmed. Maddox Palmer Fan Club are still in this and are still ready to win. Bussy Smella goes for the aggressive play, trying to make the most of it right now, but they are getting constantly denied the opportunity to try and knock that ball into their favor. As this Maddox Palmer Fan Club putting on an immaculate performance on the goalie position.
Yeah, and that's what they need to do here, right? We just need to make sure we close this out with safety in the goals. 2 minutes on the clock, and Goozy looking to make an aggressive play here. Has the turbo boost up, but it's not the moment yet. We're looking for it. He's going to sit back and try to wait for the right opportunity just to poke in and use it.
MP Fan Club continue to try to get the goal for their own. EU's Last Hope trying to deny it. All 3 of them currently playing defense right now, knowing that if MP Fan Club gets 2 more goals, then it's a tie series, so they don't want that to happen in the next 90 seconds. Goblin uses their ultimate, trying to knock it over to the other side of the court, just keep it away from their goal at all costs. Meanwhile, their goal is just keeping the ball away as possible, as it's currently a game of volleyball between the 2 teams. The ball continues to move back and forth.
Last minute here coming up. There's no overtime available. So again, this might just be a moment where we sit back and just play to the clock.
Be determined in 1 minute remaining. MP Fan Club need 2 goals to tie up the series and bring it to a potential overtime. EU's Last Hope just needs to keep the ball out of the goal, or they could just score another one. Goblin finds another goal.
I mean, EU's Last Hope, yeah, you know what? You'll take it. You're never mad about that happening. And the great off-the-top shot, again, that self-setup, just making sure you bait the goalie the correct way is huge. And yeah, last minute on the clock. Now looks like EU's Last Hope. We're definitely we can definitely confirm the win here. You'll see it. It's going to be the 1-2. Goblin's going to play back a little bit more and just let that go. As Snow Kyle's going to send in the turbo boost to try to put some pressure on.
Fan Club trying to get it in, and Goblin gets it in anyway! Oh, goodness. Any potential of MP Fan Club denying a map 5 is now out the window at this point.
Just a great redeflect off of that, right? You knew the block was coming in and just was able to set themselves up to kind of bounce it elsewhere. 7-3 again. EU's Last Hope is just pretty confidently taking this. The question is, again, are they playing for the shutout here? Because that would be quite a statement to get us to the 3-8.
And that's exactly
and there
what
it is,
do.
Just like that.
The 5-pointer mercy kill for EU's Last Hope to go into map number 5. And that is a statement that cannot be denied here, so that has to feel gut-wrenching for MP Fan Club.
Yeah, especially going up really early on those wins. You're paying attention now, You've played this map 5 prior, and this is going to be that quick right off the top from Funi. I believe that one of the scores right off the top there. Yeah, this is for 8. But just a great use of that. And again, just baiting the goalie right out. Just a great read from that. And this is where, again, those long games, you really start to see them weigh on a lot of these players. This is the nth game of the day. We're in the losers finals now. And this is, again, the second map 5 between this. This is that grudge match that now, again, is going to map 5. We'll go back to Rio, and we're back where we started here, Bowsy.
Back where we started, where all of this began here in this series. So we'll see. Going to be EU's Last Hope or MP Fan Club that are going on to face off against Frog Force in the grand finals for the EU Lucioball 2024 tournament here. But it's all on the line at this point, so if you're going to throw everything if you are these two teams, because it's either the grand finals or elimination.
And what's staring me down the barrel of the grand finals at this point, right? Like if you're EU's Last Hope, that was what sent you down here, making you play for your life, so you know exactly what you're coming up against. And if you're MP Fan Club, you've seen them play probably in the round robins, you've seen their runs, and if you've been paying attention to stream at all, you've seen them play, so you know what's there. So I think this is a great chance for both of these teams to really kind of give themselves one final push going into grand finals. It's been back and forth, but you really need to establish within your team what's going to happen, because Frog Force has been just undeniably strong here in this bracket section.
Definitely, Frog Force has been a force to be reckoned with, but all determined on who's going to be facing off against them here as we are about to enter the final map of this intense series between these two top teams. Maddox Palmer Fan Club, EU's Last Hope, last map in Rio. It all comes down to this.
The Fan Club immediately falling back into a quick 3 defensive line shows me that they feel the pressure's on now. So we're probably going to see them play a lot more defensively going into this last game, which is going to make it a lot harder for EU's Last Hope to try to get these kind of 1v3 plays that they're so used to setting up for each other. So I'm going to be watching for who kind of really steps up from the back line of Last Hope here in this match.
See if the EU's Last Hope are going to be able to make advantage of this MP Fan Club defense that they're currently setting up, as currently two Lucios dueling out at the goal for EU's Last Hope. Uzi, of course, being one of them. No surprise there. They have been the most aggressive playmaker on MP Fan Club and are not willing to give up anytime soon. EU's Last Hope trying to continue this dominance that they've established on Sydney Harbor, put the fear into the eyes of their opponents, but their opponents are starting to hit back.
This is, again, we were talking about how the map affects these teams, and Turbo Boost is sent in from Waffle Bomb, but it's still such a hard moment. But Waffle Bomb is just going to say, no, it's no problem here. I got my boost. We're sending it in here, and we're going to get ourselves closing this out. Again, it comes down to that space control I was in the process of saying. And you can see it. Look at how quickly the team from EU's Last Hope peels back to try to get it. But, I mean, Waffle Bomb was just able to kind of outplay that 1v2 there. So kudos to them for kind of getting their way and forcing that point in.
Waffle Bomb putting up a very good performance in this series. We'll see if that move that they just made is going to be the defining move in this series to get Maddox Palmer Fan Club into the grand finals. Goblin going for the aggressive play, but there's two goalies in front of him, keeping that ball safe from harm's way. EU's Last Hope still looking for that goal here after 90 seconds have elapsed in the time.
That's the difference between the Rio and Sydney, right? Is you have so much more high-end space to play. The ball is just kind of floating everywhere in the skybox here in Rio. So it's harder to control and really get control. It's where you have to kind of manipulate the team field a lot more.
Not to mention, there are less jump pads in general, so getting up to where that ball is much more difficult. You're constantly seeming like you're in a chase with the ball every time it gets sent sky high into the air. still, Maddox Palmer Fan Club are able to do exactly
Ooh.
that, but it's Goblin scoring the goal and tying up the series.
Again, just a great aggressive play, and you can see it again there. Just a great setup. Manages to outplay the 3v1, so a great lead from them. And this is where, the Maddox Palmer Fan Club, they were looking to try to play that a little bit more defensively, but you still need to kind of spread your team out a bit, right? You can't afford to just cluster up. All it takes is one head fake, one ball fake to really kind of catch everybody out and make everybody feel a little bit like a fool.
See if MP Fan Club
Oh,
will be able to rebound from that. They almost get the goal then and there. Snowkyle trying to go in for the aggressive play to make it work. We've seen them get only one goal so far in this series. It was a good one that they were able to get, so we'll see if they're able to try and rebound and get another goal here to try and send MP Fan Club into the grand finals with almost half the time bank released, and Goblin already on the hard defense trying to get the goal and secure the lead for EU's Last Hope.
looking for a little bit more, though. 3 minutes still on the clock to take this out. Shot on the goal from Waffle Bomb, keeping the pressure up, but the rest of the squad has rolled up, so EU's Last Hope is playing down and defensively here. They know it's tied. They can force the overtime if they need to, but just watching these teams play, the peel that's coming back from both sides when they realize that we just have to cover down when the ball gets remotely close has been a change from what we saw out of these teams from even 2 games ago.
Half the time bank expired now. Both teams still in a stagnant 1-1. Next goal will cement the lead, and if we're 3 seconds in the future, that next goal could be the deciding factor in this matchup. The ball continues moving back and forth like a volleyball on the court, continually going between both of the 2 goals, the 2 goalies as well. EU's Last Hope trying to find the goal. Goblin looking for the opportunity. Bussy Smella looking for it as well, as Goozy is going to be the one to go hard aggressive, but EU's Last Hope are all hands on deck for defense.
Tried to set himself up for an off the skybox self-serve, but couldn't quite get there. Really needed some follow-up as he ran out of his abilities there. And this has been the difficult part of this, is managing the abilities here at Rio. Making sure you can set yourself up or have a teammate set you up for that success has been so crucial.
EU's Last Hope can see that victory right in front of them. Trying to find the advantage. Goblin's going to use the ultimate, looking to try and get the ball in their favor. Goes for the small shot, trying to get a little bit of a debate, but is unable to act upon it as the ball goes soaring high up into the sky, but is unable to land into the goal for MP Fan Club. Still a back and forth affair with almost 90 seconds left in the time bank.
Yeah, it's going to push the overtime, but that's what we're looking for. Turbo boost from Waffle Bomb. The last time they did this, managed to put it in the goal, but it doesn't look like it's going to be the case this time. Moving aggressively in towards the front, but no, 2 in the goal to boop it away. And that's been the important thing for a lot of these teams, is denying value from that turbo boost. If they can deny it, they basically shut down those aggressive pushes.
Now, less than 90 seconds, approaching that 1 minute mark. Both teams still trying to find that advantage. Snowkyle looking for the goal, but is unable to land the shot when it's needed the most, as EU's Last Hope are still keeping that ball out of their goal for now. Same thing goes for MP Fan Club whenever EU's Last Hope taking advantage. 1 minute remains here in this losers finals. Who's going on to face off against Frog Force?
Still plenty of time to play and score here. Goozy coming up into their own turbo boost here, but Funi's holding on to their own. It's going to be the first from Bussy Smella, though. And a slight ult advantage here means that EU's Last Hope might be able to get a point on the board.
Possible for that point to come. Goozy uses their ultimate, trying to go for the aggressive push. EU's Last Hope trying to keep him away, and the rest of MP Fan Club back in their bay with 30 seconds remaining. The shot comes in from Goblin, but it's blocked by the members of MP Fan Club, and now Goblin trying to keep the ball away from their goal. MP Fan Club now have the ultimate here from Waffle Bomb. Again, we've seen them get that goal before. The only goal on the point right now was Waffle Bomb's ultimate. But now EU's Last Hope are able to keep them away for now. And now overtime, surely inevitable at this point, as both of these teams going neck and neck again.
Last 2 seconds means overtime is here. Funi holding on to the next available ultimate. They can maybe get a little bit of pressure, but they're going to need some help from the team to set this up. It's probably going to come down to how effective is this turbo boost, and when do they throw it in here.
Uni has done amazing things. We've talked about them a lot in this matchup. They've been able to stand up and be the hero maker in this matchup against MP Fan Club. Can they be the hero here today as overtime wick begins to burn? All these teams looking for every single inch. Bussy Smella is going to be the one to move the ball over to the other side, trying to take advantage of it for their own, but it's just forcing MP Fan Club to try and keep that ball away.
EU's last hope is just basically sending shots from mid now, just saying, look, we just need ball. All we need for them is to make a mistake, and we can maybe clear this out. So it's just kind of now seeing. There's a great setup, though, unfortunately denied by the side of Fan Club. So there it is, and finally Goblin will close it out in the last second. EU's last hope will go on to play into the grand finals.
EU's last hope remains strong and beat MP Fan Club yet again as they move over to the grand finals with a beautiful goal from Goblin. But what an effort we saw here from both of these teams here. So MP Fan Club playing their hearts out. Unfortunately, it's not enough to cement a grand finals appearance.
You're absolutely right, Bowsy. Both these teams playing for the incredible abilities they have, but genuinely, it's just so hard when you get that pressure. The overtime clock, you know it's burning. You know every single moment, every single movement matters, and it's so hard to live up to that pressure sometimes. So EU's last hope. Now the pressure's back on. They're coming up against their current rivals for the day, Frog Force, and boy, do they have quite a tall order to address after this.
A tall order is an understatement here for EU's last hope as they are about to enter into the grand finals arena where their enemies are waiting for them in the wings. When we come back from this quick break, it is the grand finals of the CGL 2024 Lucioball tournament in the EU division. Don't go anywhere. You do not want to miss the grand finals coming up after this.
Yeah. 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 Memories. Memories. Yeah. Memories. Memories.
We've gone a long way since the beginning of the day, where we were met with 8 teams in the Lucioball 2024 EU tournament. And now we've slid that down all the way to just 2 teams, the best of the best in Lucioball here, competing for the championship. Bowsy here with Soav Danam as we take a look at our bracket here, and we notice the 2 teams at the end of the spectrum here, Soav, who have made their way all the way to this moment.
And not this moment, and it's not just this moment, it's the moment from the previous game as well. As you can see up in the winner's bracket, the winner's side there, Frog Force already did manage to take down EU's Last Hope in a very close 3-2, and I'm expecting nothing but that again here, especially after EU's Last Hope had to do it again, as we just saw against Maddox Palmer Fan Club. Like, this is just such an interesting point. Frog Force has been, they had their time to rest. They've had their time to kind of sit back and watch the last game in that loser's bracket. But EU's Last Hope has been playing this whole time through. They've been fighting for their lives. So it's going to be really interesting to see what happens when a team like Frog Force gets a kind of moment to refresh versus a team that's been playing for their life.
Yeah, Frog Force obviously had that little bit of time to assess the situation, get themselves ready for this matchup. And it's safe to say that they are ready. So let's take a look at your Frog Force lineup. All 3 of these players have been on stream for most of the day today, and rightfully so. They have been a dominant force with Chuberty, Dutch Assassin, and D7S, the latter of which, the most star-studded player in this tournament, constantly popping up in the goal feed whenever needed.
Yeah, it's really hard not to talk about D7S with how their run has been so far. They have just been, quite honestly, a tour de force on the squad, just playing that front line so effectively. So it's going to come down to how much coverage does he really get in regards to defensive play, and how much do they really know at this point that he is the threat that needs to be neutralized.
It's Going to be interesting to see if EU's Last Hope has the answer here for Frog Force as we take a look at their lineup. And these names have also been in the cycle throughout the entirety of the night. Goblin, Bussy Smella, and Funny, all of which have been able to make star-studded plays of their own here. So it's going to be a battle of the best here in Lucioball.
Yeah, I'd love to say there was a counterpoint to D7S on this team, but there really isn't. And that probably works out in their favor, right? Because it means that anybody from the side of this team really has a moment to pop up and shine, which really works in their favor a lot of ways, right? If you don't know who the threat is at any given moment or anybody who's going to be the most likely to score, it makes it a little harder to properly cover that. And, you almost kind of have to trust that your zone is playing as well and effectively as you have been.
Definitely. We'll have to see. The closest person to countering D7S was Goblin for EU's Last Hope. Again, the aggressive nature that both of them have. D7S is always one to go aggressive. So is Goblin. They are rarely playing the goal unless they really need to play defense for their team. So we'll have to see if Goblin is going to step up to the plate here to try and counter out D7S. And we'll have to see what the rest of EU's Last Hope is going to have for the hands of Frog Force here as we enter into the first map of at least 3 we have here in this series. It's all on the lines here as we begin in Rio de Janeiro.
Back to Rio, where it all starts and will likely end again. And again, you can see how quickly and aggressively Frog Force is just playing into the space. They're going to try to get control and fight for those controls of those jump pads as quick as they can. And that's, again, just one of the keys to making sure that you really get, your shots lined up for a lot of this. And Goblin, again, just going to play more towards the mid and try to, they've been more of their strikers, one of their forward positions, but tending to play back towards the mid, looking for a bounce off the wall, but gets denied. And I think that's a great showing of what Frog Force, their defense, they can play there.
Definitely, Frog Force have had the stellar defense of Dutch Assassin, who has been the consistent goalie for this team. They definitely know how to put up a defense and have kept that goal safe so many times throughout the series of the day. So we'll see if they're going to be able to do it exactly here as Goblin tries to set up for the shot, but the defense is there from Chuberty and Dutch Assassin. Now Goblin unleashing the ultimate, going full hyper mode here with that turbo boost, trying to take advantage of the impact here and try to take the goal.
Good shot.
And that's exactly what they do. Goblin starts off strong.
A great self setup there, just trying to bait off those walls, and you'll see it here bouncing off the wall. He's trying to set himself up for the right shot, gets one baited, and finally baits the second one in the goal. So just a great read. That's the kind of play you need to bring. It's a little more independent and individual, but if you are trying to make a statement against someone like D7S and Frog Force, you have to come out and put that. The first goal is a great opening statement for that.
See if EU's Last Hope are able to keep this momentum in their favor. Frog Force back in control, trying to keep this ball out of their net, but once again, it is Goblin just keeping it under control. Schuberty's going to send it over to D7S, who tries to go for the shot, but EU's Last Hope has 2 goalies, just keeping it safe for now. Still a back and forth affair. Frog Force trying to look for the opening thus far, but it's been very difficult with how good EU's Last Hope have been at the defense. D7S going for the turbo boost, trying to find the advantage, but so far that ball just getting shot in the opposite direction every time they try to make a play.
Yeah, EU's Last Hope knows that, look, we just need 1. All we need is 1 to get a win here. And considering, like you said, it's win 3 games to make this work, it's just much easier to play defensively at this point and just try to hold it out. Maybe go aggressive when you get your ultimates up like this.
Yeah, Bussy Smella going aggressive, as you mentioned. Chuberty is also going aggressive with their own ultimate here. Trying to find the value here for Frog Force, but so far it has been nothing yet for the team in blue. EU's Last Hope still trying to continue this momentum in their favor here with 2 minutes surpassed in the time bank. See if they're going to be able to do exactly that as they just keep this ball at bay.
Yeah, and you can see it now. The 3 is kind of almost a 2 mid for Last Hope here. They're trying to play a little back. D7S looking back, but again, it's the 1v3 for Last Hope. They know that they just cannot let this man get anywhere near the ball. They know it's going to be a problem. Hits off the wall and gets denied immediately, and just a great bit of defense from EU's Last Hope here.
This is exactly what we saw the last time these 2 teams faced off. E7S was not allowed to play on this map. They were constantly getting denied any opportunity to try and get a goal in this matchup, and that's exactly what EU's Last Hope are trying to set up yet again. Frog Force using their ultimates. D7S trying to go in, but it's Goblin yet again getting another goal.
Just a great read from that midfield, right? You'll see him sneak in here as the ball just, again, kind of gets stuck in the corner here, but a great kind of read out of it, pushes it off, catches him, forces it out of the goal, and just realize, I have an angle. I'm just going to take the shot. We might as well. 2-0 puts them up and puts them in a position to win. 3 minutes means that it's still plenty of time to kind of, lose the lead, but not that likely here, Bowser.
Frog Force in a terrible position to start off, considering that their main goalie was at the forefront and their main aggressor was at the goalie. So now they have to try and work around that. Dutch Assassin using their ultimate to try and knock the ball out of shape, as now it's Bossy Smello who's going to answer back with their own. The ball continues to move back and forth. Bossy Smello looking for an opportunity here, but Frog Force are going to try to deny it by pooping that ball farther and farther back.
Almost nearly hits the goal again, but again, just pushing it back, and use Last Hope again, just doubling down into the 1-2 formation, making sure the goal is easily covered. They know it's time to kind of just play it a little bit safer.
Over half the time bank expired here. Use Last Hope still leading, 2 points to their name.
Oh.
Goblin gonna try to make it 3, but the boot back from Frog Force keeps the ball out of the net. What a play from I believe Chuberty, excuse me, keeping that ball out of the goal. And as I say that, Goblin's still trying to go in the aggressive, but the defense is there from Frog Force.
Just a huge, great read from that. And Frog Force again, you know, look, it's best of 5. You know, you got to win 3. I don't think you write this one off just yet, but I do think it is gonna. You've seen what Use Last Hope is willing to bring into this. Look at how defensively they're playing now that they haven't understand it. You can see it. They're not even spraying the team out too far. They're playing very evenly to the ball. So wherever the ball is kind of bouncing itself along to, you can see there's always at least 2 in line to it.
The most aggressive person on EU's Last Hope is Goblin, who's standing still on the jump pads, waiting for the aggressive push here. 7S looking for the opportunity to try and knock the ball in, but is unable to get it thus far. And Frog Force still trying to look for that first goal in this series with 90 seconds remaining in the time bank. They need it quickly.
Yeah, and D7S is even going to send in the turbo boost. It's going to be met by Bossy Smellos, but that was just basically lost. It was just basically lost trying to get control of the ball again, and that has been the struggle for Frog Force. Like, there's not a timer for that we can see, but really, when you look at who has time possession of the ball, it really hasn't belonged to Frog Force here.
Frog Force looking for anything here as 1 minute is about to approach on the time bank. They need to try to find something here. This is Chuberty and DTS trying to push forward. DTS trying to take advantage of EU's Last Hope. Defense is here, but is unable to make anything of it here. Chuberty now using their ultimate, trying to get that speed boost and knock the ball in the correct position, but they keep missing every shot they take. Chuberty, you can't miss those kinds of shots, especially in a crucial moment like this. 40 seconds left, you still need a goal.
Still nothing, a goose egg on the board, and I mean, at this point, with how EU's Last Hope is covering down, it's 3 on the goal. They know they can sense the win here. They're just going to play this out. They're probably going to play this as safe as they can, but D7S trying to just sneak it in past them and can't quite get those shots in. Assassin's got the only ultimate on board right now, and this might be the time to call it and bring them out of the goal.
Dutch Assassin, you've seen them go aggressive a little bit, but they've mainly been the goalies throughout the entirety of this series. Bossy Smell is going to use their ultimate first with 10 seconds remaining. Dutch Assassin now seems to be pushing forward with the rest of their team. D7S looking for anything here, but with 5 seconds left, 2 goals is basically an impossibility. And EU's Last Hope starts off this match strong, taking the first map.
Whew, that is quite an opener here. I don't know if anybody could have predicted it to go that way, especially considering that. But again, it begs the question I was putting out earlier here. Frog Force has been on a bit of a break, right? They were able to kind of sit back and watch, the last game, and EU's Last Hope has been fighting for their lives, and you can see through those games how the Goblins managing to kind of sneak those goals in. They've been fighting, and they still are. They are still constantly looking for it, but it's just enough to kind of sneak it past Frog Force. And now going over to Sydney. I mean, so here's the thing, though, Bowsy. We've seen EU's Last Hope struggle on Sydney, and I think if Frog Force is going to try to take advantage of this, this is the perfect time and place to do so.
While EU's Last Hope was good on Sydney against their last match, Frog Force took almost all of their maps on Sydney when they last played, and this is a much better style for Frog Force. D7S can go much more aggressive. It's easier to get the ball into your favor, and it's not as much of a risk here if you are Frog Force to try and go for those aggressive plays. EU's Last Hope, meanwhile, have to worry about this constant aggression they're going to probably be facing from D7S and from Chuberty throughout the entirety of this map. So this is a map pick that will play into favor for Frog Force, but if EU's Last Hope can stop them here, it's a very good potential for them to take the series altogether.
Remember, it is a first of 3, so Frog Force, maybe you're just, okay, well, now we're getting kind of our skates back on, we're kind of warming back up, and we're getting into it. And we were looking, are they going to keep D7S quiet? And they did. They managed. EU's Last Hope managed to keep D7S really in check, constantly setting up for 1v2s and 3s to make sure that any kind of shots they were trying to take on it just wasn't able. And it really enabled Goblin, in the meantime, to kind of sneak in and really put the pressure on. We were talking about the threats of these games, but EU's Last Hope just seems to have more active threats at the right moment.
So we'll see what the move is going to be here from Frog Force and EU's Last Hope. This is not the first time Frog Force have been with their backs against the wall. You take a look at that winners finals match. EU's Last Hope took the first map there, so we'll see if they're going to be able to regain themselves as we enter into Sydney Harbor and see which team is going to be able to come out on top here on our second map.
Again, just a lot smaller of a map, a lot more jump pads, so this is going to be a lot more of an airborne active game here. And I'm still going to be watching for EU's Last Hope. I think they're going to have to play this still a bit more defensively, and this works in their favor. When you have a smaller map, you don't have to cover nearly as much space, and your midfielder can kind of double back sooner. It does work in their favor to kind of make sure that D7S stays shut down.
And I mean, you mentioned airborne. You already see all of these frogs are hopping up and down, left, right, and center. It's looking more like it's looking more like an obstacle course than it is a soccer field. But by and large, it is a soccer field. D7S already trying to take the aggressive angle, but unable to get the shot when it matters the most. Here is Frog Force still looking for that opportunity to try and engage. Dr. Assassin will keep the ball out of the goal. EU's Last Hope, but still keeping it at bay for now.
Yeah, and for right now, it's still hanging on the side of EU's Last Hope. And again, D7S just trying to get shots in, has been managing to keep control of the ball. Like I said, that was one of their struggles from the last map, was really being able to keep time control and possession of the ball. Like, it's not really a possession, but in a way, they haven't really been able to get as many shots and as many looks at the goal as they wanted.
D7S has their ultimate, though. Going to try to change that up here as they look for the boop onto the ball. Tries to go for the fake boop, but EU's Last Hope are able to keep it away for now. But it's going to be Chuberty coming in from the side, knocking it in instead. EU's Last Hope surrender the goal for just a second, and it's Chuberty from the side to take it away.
Yeah, and there it was. You can see the other two from EU's Last Hope just kind of overshot the ball, thought they had control of it. But Chuberty coming in from the side, kind of forcing them to really make that mistake and kind of make the error and allowing, thinking maybe we need to pay more attention to D7S. And, the rest of the team is picking up the slack. And that's incredible news for Frog Force now up 1-0. Is the rest of the team is going to have to put the pressure up when now that D7S is going to be kept in check so hard.
Goblin has their beat online, has their turbo boost online, trying to make use of it here as they go in with the fast move, and so does Funi. Both of them using their ultimates in tandem here. EU's Last Hope are trying to take this aggressive positioning, but it's Frog Force that seems to have more control over the ball than they would like. No goal yet scored here for Frog Force after that first one, but still they're trying to get it for their own goal! 75% of that! How does that not count as a goal? Someone get a referee on that! Frog Force dodging certain death!
Wow, that was straight up around the rim of the goal there, and that is dangerously close there. That almost could have made this EU's Last Hope the greatest hope there, but it's going to be ultimates thrown in from the side of Chuberty. Pushing and Busty Smells has run out, but his shot's on the goal, and Chuberty can't quite make the magic happen again, and so the ball is just going to continue to float through mid.
Frog Force trying to keep away from that certain death, knowing that they are immune. 7S trying to move forward here with that turbo boost to get it used in this situation. Goblin's going to answer back with their own, but the ball not intercepted until it hits right by the goal for EU's Last Hope. Goblin brings it all the way back to the other side as the ball continues to go back and forth for both sides, but it's Foodie from the side tying up the score.
Whew, and it got pretty chaotic there, but you'll see it. Just sneaking in past, everybody's looking one side, and the rest of the peel from the defensive Frog Force side didn't quite make it in time. So back to a tied point at 3:30 on the clock. Or sorry, 3:20 means that it's still basically anybody's game here, and it's going to come down again to to who else from Frog Force shows up to try to release some of the pressure that D7S is feeling, because Last Hope has had plenty of threats, and all of them are making themselves known right now.
When he got that first goal, we'll see if they're going to be able to get the second here. Looking for the aggression, has the ultimate online. We'll see if that turbo boost is going to come in fashion here. Frog Force continue to try and keep this ball out. All of them are currently playing defense here, trying to keep the ball away from their sights. Still a back and forth affair. Chuberty looking on the sidelines. It's going to be Cooney popping their ultimate here. The turbo boost now initiated as they go full sail send with the ball over to Frog Force's goal, but the defense is there for the rest of Frog Force to keep the ball out of their sights and out of their mind. Chuberty now unleashing their ultimate, going in with that turbo boost, trying to get the goal for their own and try to bring Frog Force back in the advantage in this series. 2.5 minutes left on the clock, and both of these teams going neck and neck once more.
You can see it, Chuberty's playing a little bit more. We've not really seen them in the midfield. We've known them more for their goal capability. But D7F is going to send in the turbo boost there, and maybe just try to set something up here. Goes aggressive, can't quite get the shot. Looking again, but it's sent away again. And once again, D7F is just denied the ability to take shots on goal.
D7S trying to make advantage of this push. His last hope trying to go for the goal. D7S just getting denied any opportunity to get the ball in its dribble position, trying to get it over to the other side as by their lonesome. Frog Force trying to find the advantage with less than 2 minutes remaining. It's still a back and forth affair, and you can see D7S is working hard to try and get that ball in the goal.
He's trying to get himself set up for any sort of shot on the goal, but you can see it in this 1-2 setup they have to play because EU's last hope has just been kind of sneaking by on them. It's hard for D7S to set himself up for these successes. They're covering him down so much that he can't really make these plays in the 1v2 and 1v3s that eventually come around.
See how Frog Force adapts. Goblin gonna knock it back in the opposite direction. Now it's Chuberty using their own ultimate here to try and take advantage. Try to get some momentum in their favor, but Frog Force have not been able to find momentum because the ball has been on their side of the court throughout the entirety of that turbo boost. So now an ultimate gone out the wayside. Chuberty trying to get rid of it as now it's Dutch Assassin booping it back. A volleyball match ensuing here as the ball goes back and forth between the two goals. 1 minute remains here in this matchup. Who is getting that next goal?
It's coming down to it. This is the point where it matters now because once you get, this is going to start limiting the time that we can actually start getting shots on goal. And now these ultimates become even more crucial. Whoever can really find the value in them is going to make the difference here. But it looks like the team is up, and Chuberty is going to be the one to step up and take the pressure off for Frog Force.
Chuberty gets the point that Frog Force needed to take an advantage in this goal. As you see the perfect play from Chuberty and D7S on the right side, getting it into the goal. And now, with 40 seconds remaining, EU's last hope need a goal, or they need to go into another map.
Yeah, this is a great point for Frog Force now. Again, they can just sit back and kind of play a little bit more defensively, but I mean, Dutch Assassin's finally going to step up out of goal and try to put some pressure on. And I think that's what we're going to see after this is them, going to see Dutch Assassin go back, and it's just going to be 2-1. It's going to be 2 in goal, and, one playing a little bit forward with D7, just playing a bit more to try to relieve the pressure here.
Rooney going aggressive with that B, trying to get it into the goal, but Frog Force are all in frontal force, getting that ball out of the goal's reach in every single way possible. Now D7S sending it to the other side of the goal with 7 seconds remaining. EU's last hope need a miracle here to try and get the soccer ball into, to try and get the goal in, or the ball into the goal, but it's not going to happen in time. Frog Force tie up the series.
And this is kind of what we expected, right? We've seen EU last hope. They've won their last games, but it's never been really pretty here in Sydney, so... just what do you really expect out of this? But Frog Force is kind of what we were expecting them. We've known that they can play on this big map like Rio. The small map like Sydney. We've known that EU's struggled a little bit harder on this, so a little bit by the books here in some ways. But going back to Rio means that it's a bit more of a toss-up, Bowsy.
Yeah, it's going to be much more of a toss-up, a much wider arena, less opportunities to do exactly what we just saw, which is that tech where you jump up, go down, jump up, go down, jump up, go down. That increases your speed as time goes on. It would not be surprising to see that these teams want to try to go to Brazil. They want to try to take this advantage in that arena. And it's been such a close affair either way here because both of these teams have been even on this match pretty much. EU's last hope, strong against Frog Force, but they did lose that last map in the winners finals on this exact map. So who knows? We could very well see Frog Force take advantage of it and try to win this map for their own. But it's still a neck-and-neck affair between these two teams, and it doesn't seem like it's going to end anytime soon.
No, but the one thing that I think that also needs to not end for EU's last hope is we need to keep seeing Goblin stepping up like that, right? Goblin putting in, the majority of those goals from those last game and even those last couple games really has been impressive to watch them step up. Funi's been making themselves, known in the sides, but really, when you're looking at such a point player like Goblin has been, seeing them continually put in goals versus those 2v1s and those tough situations, that's really what EU's last hopes needs to be EU's greatest victory.
Yeah, definitely. We'll have to see if EU's last hope are going to be able to do that. We also need to see how Frog Force are going to really play around the fact that D7S has not made a lot of big plays on this map in particular. I mean, we mentioned their name the entire day. D7S, 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 one of the best Lucioball players we've ever seen. But on Brazil, they have been silent against EU's last hope. Pretty much silent. It's mostly been Chuberty getting the goals over D7S on Brazil. Whenever we go to Sydney, D7S will come up every single minute. But here, it's difficult for D7S to find those, especially because EU's Last Hope are just so good at making sure D7S gets absolutely no value. So we'll have to see what Frog Force are going to try to make in terms of adaptations to try and make it so that they can find success without relying on D7S to be the playmaker.
Yeah, and you can see it there. He started out in goal, so they're going to try to swap him out. But it's, again, like you said, it's hard not to look at D7S, who's been quiet, not just the first game, but the second game as well in Sydney, who, you know, it's been mostly on Chuberty, who's really come and put the pressure in. So I kind of almost want to see them lean into it a little bit more. I know Chuberty has been their primary goalie, but I really do kind of want to see them maybe give Chuberty a chance to step up and maybe set up, you know, a surprise play where D7 is just the bait for Chuberty's, you know, success.
Chuberty's midfield play has been strong, being able to get both the goal and the aggression, but hopefully we are able to see more of that aggression here today. D7S going super aggressive, trying to look for that opening, but is unable to get it in their favor here. Frogforce looking for it. The pass comes in. D7S getting that ball denied at every single opportunity. They're shooting for the fences, but they're missing every time.
Yeah, and it's almost a case of we're just trying to keep the pressure up, and D7S is trying to get ball control, but again, is constantly met by 2 and 3. Look at how quickly they learn to double and triple down to deny the space. D7 takes another shot, but it gets knocked away, and again, he's just kind of, what can I do here? I can only do so much in the 1v3.
See, Frog Force are able to make use of that. Chuberty looking to try and send the ball back to the main, has their ultimate online, as does D7S. As the ultimates start flying left, right, and center. D7S and Goblin are the first ones to use as Funi currently in the goal, while the rest of their team is making the aggressive push. Chuberty next goes on to uses that turbo boost, trying to move forward and get the advantage here for the side of Frog Force, but the rest of EU's Last Hope just go full retreat mode, and the ball just barely able to get on the side of Frog Force. They're unable to get into the goal, however, as Pussy Smella is going all the way to the other side of the map with it.
I mean, it was the right play. You had your ultimate up, you had turbo boosted up, and you had the angle to try to get a shot. But, you know, hey, not every goalie can put it into the goal. But the important thing is that the ball is staying towards the side of Frog Force. It spent most of the time there, and Goblin's going to make sure it gets all the way into the goal.
Goblin gets the first goal of this map here for EU's Last Hope. It's probably just the fact that Frog Force was unable to get the defenses. It's a perfect boop there. Dutch Assassin could do nothing about it as EU's Last Hope start off strong here with that first point.
Yeah, managed to break past both the ankles of those defenders there, so it's going to be a really tougher break there. Chuberty is going to pick up the midline. It looks like they're going to send Dutch Assassin back for Frog Force into the goal, and I think that's the right call. Dutch Assassin hasn't been too quiet themselves, but Chuberty has been a little bit more standout here. And with Dutch Assassin having their ultimate, they may want to hold on to that to the later fight.
Dutch Assassin has been quiet. They've been silent but deadly because they have been the goalie, keeping a lot of EU's Last Hope shots out of the goal. See if they're going to be able to keep popping up in the kill feed popping up when it matters here. As EU's Last Hope playing a little bit more defensively here, keeping that ball away as it is D7S. Just continuing this aggression, but has not been able to find anything thus far. Goblin looking for the second shot. Chuberty's going to pop their turbo boost, trying to get it out of the sight, and Goblin's going to pop theirs, trying to get the ball back in their favor, but it's already on the other side of the map, and they're forced to try and bring it back to the side of Frog Force's field.
Sometimes the math just doesn't work out, and that's the difficult part of this, is wherever you send those off the walls, try to set yourself up for a point is always the difficult to do. Funi and D7S going to send in both of those turbo boosts, and it's just going to be sending it off the ceiling here.
That ball looking like it's from Sydney Harbor more so than it is from Brazil right now. It is going all over the place. No control whatsoever. It is all over the place through every single corner of this stadium. These two teams are fighting tooth and nail to try and keep this in their favor. D7S tries to go for the pass, but the block is there from EU's Last Hope to deny the goal. It's now with over half the time bank expended. Frog Force are still looking for their first goal here in this series on this map.
It's going to be tough, though, especially when Bussy decides to step it up and kick up the tempo, goes high, and gets it taken away in the 3v1. Frog Force, now again, we're seeing them triple down here, and they are realizing, look, we can't afford another goal. We cannot let this happen. We can't let it drip out of them because it's just gonna keep happening. This is what happened on the first time on Rio, is they would let one go, and then they would not be able to bring it back.
7S trying to go for that aggressive play. That's going to be Chuberty using their turbo boost to try and move forward here and get this ball back in their favor. But still, EU's Last Hope just playing perfect goalie defense, keeping the ball out of harm's reach in every which way possible. Less than 2 minutes left, and EU's Last Hope are still looking stronger than ever. Goblin trying to go for a second goal to try and cement this victory even more.
going to be closer, though, but EU's last hope, like you said, they pulled everything back, and they're just playing more defensively. They know this is not the time. We don't need to make the shutout here. We're not going to shut out Frog Force, so we'll take the easy 1-0 that we play a defensive on. And finally, Frog Force has to play a bit more defensively. They have to respect Goblin, who's been coming in and making so many impressive shots and goals on this.
While D7S going for the aggressive play with that turbo boost, but is unable to get the goal right now. Forced to go back to try and retrieve the ball to keep it away from their side of the court, but EU's Last Hope are trying to keep it there and keep it cemented on that side so that they don't have to worry about getting a tie.
EU's Last Hope just keeps trying to clear the ball out from their side, but it just keeps getting denied. D7S just keeps sending it back. A long shot almost catches the corner there, but it is safely tucked away.
Beautiful save there from EU's Last Hope to get that ball out of the goal. Now Funy going super aggressive all the way down the field, trying to get the goal in, and that's exactly what they're going to do with the help of Goblin. Last Hope now 2-0 once again on Brazil.
That was a great look. That was almost a volleyball style set of play, right? You see the two players playing just almost in sync with almost what they wanted to do, making it so much more harder to really block that goal, because who is sending the boop? Who has their cooldowns up? It's almost impossible to track those cooldowns here with how quickly this game moves. So now EU's Last Hope with 45 on the clock, they almost cement their Game 3 win here.
Liberty's going to try to change that, however. They have their turbo boost online looking for the setup, but EU's Last Hope play the supreme defensive angle, keeping that ball away from harm's reach. With 30 seconds left on the clock, it's looking like a dire straight here for Frog Force to try and take this map win. But it's going to come down to these final few seconds if they can make it work.
I don't even know that you can really make this work. You got to get a goal now, and you got to get one immediately if you want to have a chance. With 15 seconds, it's basically done, especially when Goblin just cements it with the hat trick here. And it's over. They already know. The teams are ready. We're done here. They're ready to go on to Game 4. I don't blame them.
Frog Force not looking good here on Brazil. A map that a dynasty so far today that has been so powerful. Seems like they're just it's not working out for them thus far in this series, as now they're going to be staring down the barrel of a match point right now, as EU's Last Hope, after these 7 seconds will be amassed, they'll have 2 maps in the bank and 1 more to go to try and take the title of Lucioball champion, and they've done it. Match point for EU's Last Hope.
I wish we could just let that kind of last 10 seconds. We just garbage balled that time like they do in basketball, football. We just, everybody walks around and just starts saying GG, kind of let that go, because it was impressive to see the team still try to play, but Goblin has just been absolute phenom this game, getting the full hat trick and clearing this up. But look at how quickly and look at that great pass, just a great read off the wall. And that's been a lot of their success, right? We've talked about it, is the teamwork that they were able to build up. You didn't really know at this point who was going to be a threat, but Goblin has absolutely stepped up to be the #1 threat, with Funi and even Bussy still making their appearances to kind of say, look, you have to start double guarding Goblin, and that means you have to leave one of us open to probably score.
Yeah, definitely. It has been a challenge here for Frog Force to try and find the advantage here over EU's Last Hope, because they've just been a brick wall and a battering ram, just completely annihilating Frog Force's defenses and stopping all of their attacks here. Head back to Sydney here, so it's going to be determined on Frog Force to see if they can take advantage of this map again. Reminder, this is the map that Frog Force consistently won against EU's Last Hope. But at the same time, EU's Last Hope won this map a lot against their previous opponents. So maybe they'll be able to use something in their sleeves to try and take the championship 1 map early.
History does really work in Frog Force's favor here, but I think, like, so even if we're going to follow the history here and think, all right, Frog Force take this, we go to 5. I mean, then what? We go back to Rio? Like, we're just back and we've just been trading back and forth, and I don't think, like, there's not a good situation for Frog Force here, and you are down on match point, and even if you win this, it almost doesn't look good for the future, because you really don't, what are you going to do? Go back to Rio? Like, you've not won in this set on Rio. You've been struggling there. This is just a tough mental position to be in for them as well.
Definitely a tough position for Frog Force to be in, but hopefully they can try to rekindle their spirits after such a devastating Rio in that 3rd map here on Sydney, because they desperately need it. EU's Last Hope is at match point and are looking to take this title with all of their hands, grabbing it out in front of them. Frog Force trying to deny them that title before it even happens.
D7S was hanging back towards the goal, but it looks like they're just playing a bit more of a safe 1-2 with 2 in the goal at this point. I'm very curious because we've seen Chuberty play up towards the mid. I wonder if he's going to move up towards the main striker position here. And we're just going to let D7S maybe play back and just try to take the heat off. Let him maybe get in and sneak in some of those long distance shots.
Goblin already showing up as the most aggressive player, just constantly hounding the ball, looking for it at every single opportunity. The ball is prey to this Frog, just constantly hunting it down and trying to get it right into the enemy goal. They will not take no for an answer as they are pushing all the way into Frog Force's side.
Goblin smells the blood in the water now, and he knows that it can be pushed off. And he's even going to send in the turbo boost to try to put this out. He wants to close this out. Is there a 2v1 there? No. It gets bounced off the wall, and it's not enough. So they'll have to do for now just to keep the pressure up.
And I mean, the pressure is there. Look at the ultimate percentage, for instance. Bussy Smella is goalie for reference, and look at how low their ult percentage is compared to all of Frog Force, who've been trying to keep this aggression from Goblin out of their sight. Goblin is putting so much pressure. Frog Force are being put under a mechanical weight.
It is really the pressure on, and even then the 2v1 Goblin gets past the 2v1 to close that out. What a play! Goblin has just absolutely come to life these last two games, and you can see it sneaks by. They expend all of the boops from the side of Frog Force to try to stop that, and there is just no one to stop that. That's such an unfortunate miscommunication from the side of Frog Force to defend that goal.
Frog Force, in the moment that they needed to succeed, they're starting to stumble a bit, but they still have over 4 minutes left in the bank. Try and even up the score and take it for their own. D7S already trying to go with the aggression, uses that turbo boost early here. Frog Force is just trying to find their footing. Chuberty's going to be next to use their turbo boost as they go straight for the ball, trying to take it in their advantage, trying to get the goal, and that's exactly what they'll do! Chuberty gets the goal and evens up the series.
And again, it's Chuberty to show up. It's, we were touting the name D7S this whole way through, but look who's finally showing up. Look who's getting set up for that success. It's Chuberty, who they've been kind of sleeping on here. And I think if you're EU's last hope, now that it's tied up again, you kind of got to look and say, all right, look, D7S has been quiet. Can we step off a little bit? We can't let Chuberty keep doing this. He's been the only one that's really putting the pressure and getting those goals in. You almost kind of need to make sure you're doubling up on him now.
See if Chuberty is going to be able to be dealt with here. D7S continuing to take that aggressive angle, just knocking the ball away from Goblin, who is on the side of Frog Force, trying to knock the ball into the goal here. But now you see that full defensive measure coming in here from Frog Force, trying to keep the ball out of their goal, and it's going left, right, and center, but they are all keeping it away.
And finally, Frog Force will get a little bit of control over the ball. They'll finally get it into a corner, but it's going to be Goblin who's going to go Goblin mode on this and look a little put pressure out. It's knocked away, and unfortunately that turbo boost is just gone. So an opening for Frog Force here as they have 2 up.
Goblin trying to finish it out here. The aggressive playmaker for the side of the U's last hope, trying to get yet another goal in this series to bring it into their favor. Frog Force still trying to find their footing. Almost half the time bank has been expended. It's going to be Bussy Smella next to use their ultimate, and they're using it defensively. They're not going aggressive. They're deciding to use it to keep the ball away from their goal instead of push forward and try to take a goal for their own.
It spent most of the time in the last 30 seconds on their side, and Goblin again trying to set himself up for a couple off-the-wall shots, but not really able to get it. Just constantly being denied, and it'll get sent away again. And Frog Force has really succeeded in that in the last couple minutes. It's just making sure they get control of the ball and keep it away from their goal.
Half the time bank has been expended. Goblin trying to look for the early goal here, trying to get this series back in the favor of EU's last hope, but all of Frog Force are in full defensive mode. It's going to be Chuberty who now pops their turbo boost. Funi as well pops theirs in tandem. As both of these Lucios just completely going aggressive, trying to hound down this ball and trying to find the advantage, but it is still back-to-back.
Goblin's already ready with another turbo boost. He's going to send it, but there's already a 1v. See, there's the 1v2. I don't think they're going to be able to outplay this, and the third one is going to be off. It hits off the top of the corner, and then the bottom corner, and there's just not enough. You really needed a little bit of help from someone else there to try to get that in.
Goblin definitely needed the assistance, but EU's last hope are busy trying to defend their own goal. Goblin back to try and help out the team now with less than 2 minutes remaining in the match. D7S trying to keep this ball in their control, trying to take the aggressive angle, but so far they've not been able to score a goal in this series, it seems, as they have just been silent, but Frog Force are hoping to get them the microphone back.
It's the only way they can try to do it too. Bounces off the wall on the side of the blue, but it's not quite there. And D7S just watching hesitantly, waiting for the ball to kind of clear and get in their way. And again, just a Frog Force, they've been playing so much more defensively here. They've had to, considering how aggressive Goblin has looked. And even now in the 2v1 on mid, you can kind of see it's pushing back. The goal was empty for a minute there, Bowsy. They had a chance, and there it is, Chuberty to take the opportunity.
Chuberty now puts Frog Force in the advantage with less than 90 seconds on the clock, and that's exactly what you need if you are Frog Force. An opportunity to bring this to a map number 5. So now it's all about playing defense here and keeping EU's Last Hope from getting that second goal.
Look, I think I'm just going to say this while we're waiting on this. Let's just go to Busan on 5. Let's get a full free open map, but it's going to be D7S to try to kick it off. They're going to send in the turbo boost, and this is their opening. They have basically more of these ultimates up. They should be able to press this advantage if they layer them out quickly.
Goblin going for the aggressive push here with that turbo boost. Chuberty's going to be using theirs in tandem here. Chuberty's been the star-studded player here for Frog Force in these last couple of maps. We'll see if they're able to make the play, but EU's Last Hope are keeping them out of bounds, keeping them under control, and keeping that ball out of harm's way. With 48 seconds remaining, EU's Last Hope need to try to make that aggressive move because they know if they don't, they're going to have to face off at a map number 5.
I mean, the 5 is almost inevitable at this point, under 40 seconds now. It just takes one goal, but with looking how quickly, there's the 2v3 coming up, but with how Frog Force has been playing, they haven't been able to get aggressive at all, and D7S, like you said, has been super quiet. I don't even think we've seen a peep out of them much of this game, but we do see finally, just as I say that, there it is, he finally puts his name up on the board, and that's exactly what Frog Force needed. They let him alone, and he scored on it.
D7S has been the main focus of Frog Force, but for there, he slipped past the radar just ever so slightly. And now Frog Force in a very good position to bring us to a map number 5. EU's Last Hope have 20 seconds to try and get 2 goals. Is it possible?
I mean, we're going on to 5 here. I don't think there's a chance that, unless Goblin absolutely pops off, no ultimates on board, I think we're just done. We're looking forward to a map 5, and I hate to say it, but it's likely going to be Rio again. So I'm not sure how I feel about this if you are Frog Force. Like, you've gotten yourself here, you take a breath now, you just kind of phone this last 5 seconds in. But Rio is going to be terrifying if you're a Frog Force. You've not won there in this series yet, so you have to be concerned when they pick Rio. Oh, no, they didn't!
No, that is Estadio. That is Rio.
There's Estadio. Okay, yeah, there's Estadio. I was like, wait, did they? Okay. Now look, I just really wanted to see Busan. What can I say?
I mean, I understand you. Busan was played earlier in the day here, so you probably watched back the VOD. Or you can catch the NA match, which will be directly after this, so we'll have to see if Busan will be played a little bit more, but definitely such a close affair between these two teams. They've already gone to map 5 already today. Now we head back to a map 5 situation. Reminder of what happened last time these two teams went to map 5. They did go to Brazil, but no one scored an entire goal throughout the entirety of the 6 minutes. The first goal was in overtime, and it was after like around 3 minutes of overtime between these two teams. They were constantly back and forth throughout the entire time, but it was Frog Force that came out on top. So they need that magic to be coming back in full force here today. So because if you drop that 1 goal to EU's Last Hope, your chances are looking very bleak.
And especially then consider the fact that you barely even put in goals on Rio here, considering how in check D7 has a pick. And Chuberty has really only found success over on Sydney, unfortunately. This is a very difficult situation to be in. You kind of almost want to play in some ways for overtime. Hear me out on this. I'm going to say something crazy. You might actually want to play for the overtime here. If you feel that you can maybe just get the 1 goal, it might work in your favor to say, look, let's just play super defensively, force overtime, and then when we know we can take advantage of it, when we build up our ults and we can get ourselves in a position to score, maybe then we can. But it's still a lot of that falls on the shoulders of, shutting down Goblin here.
Yeah, definitely. We'll have to see if we're going to be able to shut down Goblin. Plus, if you try to play for that overtime, you're going to be making a very risky play, because not only are you trying to play completely defensively in a mode where aggression can get you to success, but also you could get the nerves of not just yourselves. You could probably get the nerves of yourselves very high up, because once you hit that overtime, you then have to play aggressive. You have to do an entire tempo shift and try to get into the aggressive stance, which can be very difficult to do in a split second's notice. So if you're Frog Force, I feel like you need to go on the full aggression here, because the more time you take trying to get your first goal, the more of a chance EU's Last Hope is going to take this championship.
Exactly why you said is exactly why I'm not envious to be in any of these players' shoes right now. All of this grand final rides on this game almost comes down to even almost 1 singular goal here. So both of these teams just have the entire weight of the European continent on their shoulders to play for here.
All up to this. Frog Force, EU's Last Hope, the two best teams here in the Lucioball tournament for the EU division. Both have been battling their hearts out. Both have been showing us the best of the best in Lucioball. But who is taking home the championship at the end? And Shoberty starts off with an amazing start. What a good start for Frog Force, taking the first goal in the first minute.
That's huge for Frog Force, and it came the fact that that was a clean shot too. We had 2 to 3 misses, and you could see it. Just I can't believe I missed that boop. That was just a nice easy bait right across the mid, and that is a huge comeuppance for Frog Force, who have been struggling on this map. And coming off of the back of Chuberty, a player he would kind of sat in the second fiddle position here for a while. This is a huge comeuppance for them. That means you cannot let Chuberty just control this ball.
Chuberty able to get that midfield shot is the first time we've seen a midfield shot all day, it seems like, or at least since a long time ago. Frog Force are here to play, and they're here to win this championship. Now already having 1 point in within the first minute of the match. They're already on a good foot, but EU's Last Hope are not willing to give up just yet. They are already blocking that ball with everything they've got as D7S tries to go for a second one.
And that's all it's going to be for now. Just they have to keep blocking. EU's Last Hope knows they need to get Goblin into position if they're going to get a shot here. And it's going to come off of Bussy's turbo boost there to try to get any pressure on. But the defense is too strong for Frog Force. They know they've got the advantage, and now it's, again, let's just sit back and play defensively here. We don't need to play this. Let's just make sure we block our lines of sight, and let's just play a little bit more defensively. Let's get D7S in a position to score and capitalize on that.
D7S tries to go for the score with their turbo boost. Unfortunately, is unable to make it work, as now the ball going back and forth across the field. Goblin tries to set up for the play, but it is Chuberty just keeping them away from that playmaking potential, just knocking the ball back every single time. Chuberty is playing Pong, except their paddle is right in front of Goblin's face, and Dutch Assassin keeps that ball out from barely scoring for the side of EU's Last Hope.
Ooh, that was dangerous. And Dutch Assassin, like we said, been quiet, but has been secretly keeping the team afloat there. And again, it's Chuberty that we've been kind of watching and has been the main scorer, but D7S has not been a slack themselves. They've been putting pressure and taking those shots on the goal, but EU's Last Hope just has the number of D7S. They need to make sure they keep Chuberty's number in check, though, too. Otherwise, they're going to go down again here with 4 minutes.
Chuberty's now going to use their speed boost here, their turbo boost, to get up into that ball space and try to eliminate it, try to get it into the enemy goal! And that's exactly what they do! Chuberty popping up when it matters the most!
Chuberty just decided, look, my man D7S here has been getting the praise all day. It's now my time here in the grand finals, and that pull shot, yeah, everybody just noted that it was kind of a bit luck, but sometimes you need luck in the grand finals. This isn't all just skill here, but Fooney's going to make it skill right away by just putting one back in.
Yeah, Fooney just knocking it through midcourt and immediately scoring the goal here, putting EU's Last Hope back on the board here. Just a beautiful single setup. Frog Force was not prepared for the level of aggression that was coming out from Fooney. They are mad at how many shots Chuberty's got away with this map.
Yeah, Chuberty has single-handedly just changed the state of this game. We were all watching D7S, but Chuberty was the real player we needed to keep an eye out for here. And even now, in the moment, it's still hard not to turn away because they are keeping the ball on EU Last Hope's side, and as long as they can keep it in the red, they should be able to close this out here in the 2-1 lead.
Lucy Smella going aggressive, bringing it over to the blue side, but now the red side, where the ball will maintain presence here. Frog Force try to keep it away from their sight. D7S now uses their turbo boost, trying to bring the ball back to the red, trying to get a goal for their own as they try to debate all the goalies, but is unable to make the crucial shot when it matters the most. Frog Force still, however, in the advantage by 1 point, but still an advantage nonetheless. But now it's going to be Goblin using their turbo boost for their own, trying to make the haymaker play and tie up this map. It's all going to come down to these plays one by one as the map continues on and Frog Force retains the lead.
The good news for Frog Force is that it did burn out most of those ultimates, and now they have 2 of their own. It's going to start with Chuberty, whose last one ended in a success, looking for more, but can't quite get control of the ball. Stuck inside the blue corner, gets a little bit of a breakaway and can't quite carry it out. So good on Frog Force to try to take advantage of those positionings.
Frog Force still trying to take this aggressive play. Chuberty already trying to knock the ball into the opposite side, and you definitely see that change in the dynamic here. Chuberty is now the one on the aggression. D7S is the one on the defense here. So whatever plays they were making before here, they are completely different than what EU's Last Hope have been seeing the past couple of maps.
I think it just took Frog Force a real long time to figure out, look, they are just double covering D7S. They're denying him any chance of playing this. So who can step up and how can we set them up? And it was Chuberty was the chosen one. It's going to be both of the turbo boosts from the side of EU's Last Hope, just to try to get the ball out of their side of the field. And I mean, that was an incredible investment just to try to get some amount of control in this game.
Definitely a good move there from EU's Last Hope to just keep it away from their side. You see Goblin trying to knock it into the goal, but so far has not been able to come up with a lot. D7S going to use their turbo boost now, hiding in the goal, waiting for the opportunity, as now they're juggling the ball up to the top, but unfortunately lose track of it as it hits the corner. Now it's back on the side of blue, now back on the side for D7S, back and forth the ball goes with 90 seconds left. It's still anybody's game.
Frog Force is trying to make sure the ball stays cleared. It's in the last minute and they can smell a victory here, and this would be almost one of those just it almost feels like a come from behind as the shot bounces off from there. Chuberty looking in deep, catches it off the wall, and it just gets cleared out. So again, these aggressive moments from Frog Force really keeping EU's Last Hope on their toes.
60 seconds remain. Frog Force with the lead with 1 point in this map. EU's Last Hope want to try to tie it up and bring it to overtime at the end of the timer. It's all going to come down to if Frog Force can keep this ball out of their goal for the remaining 43 seconds.
I mean, and look at, they're just going to play it back. They have D7 up on the opposite field, but it's a 2-1, and there's just the lone goalie there now, and just one of them got baited. But Frog Force just knows, look, we can just play one up and just keep two in our field. We can close this out in 30 seconds. We win this.
Use Last Hope. Using the boost here from Busty Smella, trying to move over to the other side with less than 30 seconds remaining. It's all going to come down to if they can get a goal here in the crucial last moments and try to force an overtime attempt. Busty Smella misses the ball. That could be the crucial move that changes the outcome of this match. Goblin and D7S both have their turbo boost online, but the clock is whittling down ever so slower. Funi and Goblin need to make a move. Will they be able to do it? The answer is no, as Chuberty shoots the ball across the field with 1 second remaining. Gets a 2-point advantage for Frog Force, and that is probably all they wrote.
That's it. What are you going to do? You're not going to catch up in a second. That's it. What an incredible play. And that's just going to be the sack. Goblin just immediately is out and is done. It's just going to play out the 2v1. And yeah, I don't blame him. EU's Last Hope looked phenomenal there, and it was a desperation open goal moment where you had to send all three down to try to do it. And unfortunately, when you're that far down, it's just the way it is. That frustration, you really feel that in there. Funi's gonna mack it as well, and we're done here. Yeah, we're done. Yeah, it's over. But Chuberty,
it's over. It's over at this point.
It's over. It was 3-1 with a second. We're really gonna play out the last second. What is it gonna give us? A chance to maybe just like get an overview. But I mean, it was a desperation move that unfortunately just backfired, and that's what you have to do in those moments, right? When you know you have one shot to go forward and it's game point with a couple seconds on the clock, you have to pull from your goal. You have to just let him go. And Chuberty just capitalized on it to really seal the deal. And kudos to them for doing so, because Chuberty has had an incredible grand finals game.
We've seen Frog Force go for that sort of three-person move constantly throughout some of their series, trying to get that desperation last goal.
Yeah.
It hasn't worked all the time. But it hasn't worked all the time, but they've been able to make it so that the ball didn't go into their goal. That's the first time we saw EU's Last Hope go for that sort of desperation play, knowing everything was on the line. But in doing so, the goal was open, and Chuberty from downtown gets the critical goal to cement the victory here for Frog Force. They are your CGL 2024 Lucioball champions in the EU division. What an absolute performance from the players on this team here, Solav.
I mean, just incredible to see the extent of these players. We were talking all week about, we were talking all day. D7S was the gift to Lucioball from the Frog Force side, but in the end, it was the rest of the team showing you that, look, no one person can just carry a Lucioball squad. It took the rest of the team to step up and really make it work, and that's how you get to win these grand finals, is the teamwork, knowing when someone is getting so covered, is not allowed to play, who can step up and who can make those changes. And today it was Chuberty to step up for D7S.
Chuberty definitely stepped up when it mattered the most, and they were able to do it throughout the entirety of these latter half. Again, I mentioned D7S was the talk of the town in the first couple of maps, but these other few maps, the formula was figured out. The EU's Last Hope had his number. It was Chuberty who stepped up to the plate, took that aggressive stance, took D7S's place, was able to do it better. It was able to do as good, if not better, to secure the victory here for Frog Force. And in fact, Chuberty is currently waiting for us in the VC for an interview here to talk with the winner of to talk with one of the winners of the Lucioball tournament here. We'll be right back, and we'll be going to a quick break. And when we return, we'll be talking with Chuberty about their victory in the Lucioball tournament. Welcome back, everybody, from the quick break, and we are now joined here by Chuberty of the champions for the Lucioball tournament. Excuse me, I totally blanked on the name. The Frog
Force.
Frog Force
Frog
5.
Force. Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations on the win. How does it feel to be the champions of the CGL Lucioball tournament?
Feels great. I feel like we've had a good tourney run. Stayed winners bracket whole time, and the team was all happy. You know, no toxicity with us. It was all good. I'm really happy.
Yeah, definitely. It's great to hear that your team was happy. Take me through the entirety of your tournament run. Obviously, a very dominant first two series, but then you started having a little bit of contention there, especially with your probably new rivals, EU's final hope. So, what was it like just being able to play against all of these different teams and being able to show off your stuff?
Yeah, it was great. I had a lot of fun. You know, first few games, it was, don't want to say one-sided, but you know, they put up a good fight. But obviously, our new rivals, EU's Last Hope, they were phenomenal, really good. Goblin, really hard to defend. Their whole team was on point.
Yeah, as I
Yeah.
say, considering the second time that you've played them, both games went to a 5. I want to talk a little bit about that because we here on stream we were chanting the praises of D7S, but really it was you to step up in the last game. So what happened? How did you manage to step up? Where did it come from that you managed to step up and put in the majority of the goals for the team in this finals?
Yeah, I don't know really. I just I mean, the first few games of that last series, I didn't feel warmed up. I felt like, I felt cold because we had a massive break. But
Yep.
those last few games, I just kind of just started playing really aggressive because Goblin was really aggressive on me in the defense. I thought might as well give it back to them. I don't know. I just decided to take more of an aggressive standpoint, and my team helped me with that. So that's probably why most of the goals went in.
Definitely, the warming up can definitely get you into a better state, especially if you're starting off cold and getting better as the series goes on. Any final words you would like to say? Any shout outs you'd like to give before we send you on your way to celebrate your championship?
Shout out my team, shout out my girlfriend, shout out my parents. Yeah, thanks for having us. It was a lovely tournament.
All right, that's great to hear. Congratulations again on the Lucioball Championship, and we hope to see you in future events here for CGL in the future.
Thank you. I definitely will.
Take care.
All right, and with that, Soav, we have officially finished our coverage here of the CGL Lucioball Tournament. What an amazing event that we were treated to here between every single team we've witnessed, from Frog Force, who we saw a lot, to EU's Last Hope, who finished up second. A lot of great players and a lot of great performances we saw all across the board.
Yeah, some incredible matches we've seen, and there's still plenty more to come. Don't go too far. We're going to start the NA side of Lucioball in just a few minutes, so hang tight and we'll be back. The stream might break, but don't go anywhere. Come right back, and we'll be back for some even more incredible Lucioball action in just a few minutes.
Absolutely. There's still a lot more Lucioball to experience here today with the NA side, but that's going to do it for us here on the EU side. For my wonderful co-caster Soav Danam, as well as my other co-caster Megalas earlier today, our producer Hippie, our observers Mara and Reachdad, and Headrammer, who runs the entire show here in the CGL tournament. We want to thank you all for watching. My name has been Bowsy. Until we meet again, we hope you all have an amazing night.